fire, ignite the scroll. From pyramids to pavement, they feel the soul. Elder apostles dropping jewels, rare and colossal. The HOK, we get hostile over gospel. Religion in your ears, science in your nostril. House of consciousness, ain't no room for the docile. Toughest debate forum, earth can't deny. Iron sharpens iron till the sparks start to fly.
sa.neter said so. Get your skin thick or your career colder. sa.neter said source up.
Weak arguments crumble, they ain't bold enough. Michael guillotine, slice the lies from the clean. Crowd electrified, charged like a light machine. Hieroglyphs in my veins, ancestors in my spleen. Building blocks of truth, DNA of a king. The HOK ain't for the timid or the frail. Weigh your knowledge on the scale, or get derailed. Sharpen swords in the foreign minds prevail. Or drown in the current when the truth sets sail.
sa.neter said source up. Get your skin thick or your career colder. sa.neter said source up.
Weak arguments crumble, they ain't bold enough.
sa.neter said source up. Get your skin thick or your career colder. sa.neter said source up.
Weak arguments crumble, they ain't bold enough. Iron tongue, every word a blade. Cut through illusions, truth displayed. No retreat, no surrender, we crusade. House of consciousness where legends are made.
sa.neter said source up.
Get your skin thick or your career folder.
sa.neter said source up.
Weak arguments crumble, they ain't bold enough. Yeah. That is for my sisters trapped in religion. Wake up and free the babies. sa.neter speak the truth, he's on a mission. Yeah.
The house of consciousness, the final call.
Will you Bible thumpers wake up, all just fall?
The house of consciousness, the final call.
Stop believing in fairy tales, especially Paul. I use the Bible like a lantern in the night, trying to wake up my sister. The house is closing in, it's a total mess. You ignore my wisdom, the ultimate test. Step inside the HOK, it's the toughest terrain where the truth hits hard. The cuts bring pain. I try to wake you with the word in my hand, to get you to the truth, to help you understand. I gave you the scriptures, chapters and verse. I gave you the keys to break the curse. I gave you Torah to unlock with keys. Break the mental chains and be free.
The final call.
Yeah, will your Bible thumpers wake up, all just fall?
The house of consciousness, the final call.
Stop believing in fairy tales, especially Paul. They call you apostle like you a prophet of God, telling lies and fooling people can't be that hard. You're preaching from your tube, looking for a handout. I'm standing on family, trying to bring the truth out. Welcome to the HOK, where the truth resides. No more hiding in the pews where the dies. We speak against the Bible just to wake the inner sight. Come inside the HOK doors, we bring the light.
The house of consciousness, the final call.
Will your Bible thumpers wake up, all just fall?
Stop believing in fairy tales,
Especially Paul. sa.neter, don't stop, wake the sisters up. the toughest environment to be in. Thick air and sharp words cut through the seasons, and that is the OG, the beacon, the big.
Sa.neter the OG, the bass like a chessboard, piece move coldly, Yoda Suntan. Spitting wisdom that's holy, Ankh with the knowledge, dropping jewels, they heavy gold leaf. Jabari Falafikinki with the bold speech, Captain hold the line, Hebrew war tactics, came at walls crumble under Bible back practice. Scrolls versus the glyphs, hieroglyphs get blasted. Ancient scripts clash, truth wrapped in plastic. You need thick skin, we make movies, yo. F who you know, this is sa.neter studio. This is the toughest environment, rivalries, bro. Thick skin, tough heart, knowledge gon' blow. Pyramids tough, but the script's still louder. Scrolls in the cipher, the debate devours. Hebrew go to war, comedic power, shower, truth with double-edged sword. Cut sharper than ours. Apostle with the mic, sermons hit like missiles. Elder something smooth, no wrinkles in the wisdom. They drop facts like bricks, the foundation official. This the sa.neter scene where the truth get chiseled. You need thick skin, we make movies, yo. F who you know, this is sa.neter studio. This is the toughest environment, rivalries grow. Thick skin, tough heart, knowledge gon' blow.
It's the toughest environment to be in. Thick air and sharp words cut through the seasons, and that.
From Killa, the trendsetter.
You did it again, man.
General, HOK, Field Marshal, and now.
Nation.
None of them can but a dance on the top.
Revelation, set the top.
Violate the general. Head up in a blood clot funeral home. Anchor the AK, Jabari got the chrome. Hector West the Har, we sending them home. Regina the alley with a Cuban and a galley. Send you back on Nile Valley with a shot in your toe intellectually. How click the link if your scholarship sloppy. More just want make you cry with the truth. No lie, my youth in my really story. And 21 gun salute for commission. Not a brother, a hustle, a move like him. All left found the black woman not all like Ulls and the Yana for sister freedom. I don't whole panel know what time for Bible thumping. The minute them see me come, revelation set. From Killa the trendsetter. None of them can mother than sa.neter. None of them can mother than sa.neter. Them got a podcast but sa.neter.
Yeah. Coast to coast, we be banging. Bringing all this knowledge, we be slanging. In the HOK, we don't do no entertaining.
Speaking true, speaking facts.
What the niggas just a layman. Better get on one accord. The future can be yours. Ancestors push you more. We gotta go explore the sciences and math. The future's based on class. You bout to catch my wrath. We turning up this track.
In the dark spots of the light.
The dark heart still fight. We gotta make this right. Talk right now. We learn how to stand up and stand proud. No man down. We fam now. House of the conscious, my clan now.
From Killa the trendsetter. None of them can mother than sa.neter. None of them can mother than sa.neter. Them got a podcast but sa.neter.
When I look at you niggas, I see what I'm not. Go take him, a little bit of her, mix it with them, I put them in a pot. You still can't get none like me. It might sound the same, but it's unlikely. One white tee. If I live it up, you niggas gonna see what it come might be. I thought I told ya. Affirmation, revelation, we some soldiers. sa.neter put this team together, now it's over. We got the weight of the world up on my shoulder. When you get conscious information, hearts turn colder. Now look at these trappers who rapping the same, so stuck in their lane, systemically, chemically. I'm thinking something is wrong with their brain. As long as they paid and front and chain, I got nothing to say. They in love with the gang. I traded my gang for change, and now that I changed, a few things still say the same.
From Killa the trendsetter. None of them can mother than sa.neter. None of them can mother than sa.neter. Them got a podcast but sa.neter.
Time to set the stage with the lights off. Let the little nigga breathe till the fight's lost. You ain't never like the room with the bright sauce. Hail Mary, they despise what the light brought. Let them roach niggas bleed if they can't see. sa.neter TV, what you can't be. They say that murder on my mind, now they can't breathe. Take a picture of the crew, that's your last peep. Oh, it need me, oh love, yeah, that's just me. Keep them jumping like some frogs, so they might be leave when the sun set. And they don't really wanna bleed from the gunplay. And like mine, nigga smoking weed on the one-way street, nigga. Yeah, we see we outside with it. Pull up to debates like we might be with it on guard. Side these niggas like bullshit and they fraud. Let me chop them down with the sword. Walk them down like they live hard. This the toughest you gon' be in, we too hard. And you don't really want that smoke, my G. With sa.neter TV. This the toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Keep that off your lip before you get flipped. We got sources over here, we don't just spit. Too many bosses over here, y'all just legit. Put them niggas in the game, let them get ripped. Don't even step unless you come in with that scholarship. That economic tip, gotta make a dollar flip. And I might be next, I don't give a damn, a truth rolling with me, so I'm feeling like the son of man. Too many gon' hate, gotta make a stand. I'm just trying to duck the lake, you don't understand. Read them when I greet them, that's my best plan. Head first shit, I'm just saying. Nigga meet me in LA, oh you just playing. Too many be fake, what the base saying. So I tell them they don't want no smoke before they end up in the newspaper next day. Smoke, this the toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest.
Peace, Ankh. Peace to everybody. sa.neter, yeah, you want to do this?
No, you're gonna do it. I just want to say, yo, I see everybody in the back. Y'all gonna come up. Y'all gonna come up. I'm gonna drop this information. Nepal's gonna let y'all up.
Okay, I'm having a little peace. Ankh, how are you doing? Thanks for joining us.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so this, I don't know what happened to the music. It sounded like it went off and then it came back on, but I'm glad everybody's here.
That was me. I was playing it. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay, that sounds great.
On YouTube. Go ahead.
Oh, got it. You know what? These are some of the greatest hits. So I just like sharing the music. I'm glad we got to share a couple songs for everybody while we waited for the God Killa, captain of the pseudo killers. We had one of your team on here yesterday talking about setting the record straight about the scientific side of the argument of Leviathan and dinosaurs and dragons. And so I said, I'd love to get Ankh in here today to just talk about some other stuff that, scientific things that people argue about when it comes to the Bible. So I'm so glad you're here. Everybody, please hit the like button. Come on in, sit down, get your pens, pads, notebooks, Chromebooks, so you can listen to Ankh. Kind of like, you've been setting the record straight, but I want to just ask you some questions. We're just going to do this freestyle, right? We're doing this freestyle?
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, we good. Any kind of style. I'm up for it.
I got you.
Science is undefeated.
Yes. So this is don't get this twisted, everybody. I see them in the back. They're ready for you. They really want smoke with you. There's like 5 people back here. But anyway, let's start.
I know they want the smoke. I get it.
They want the smoke. They want the smoke. So let me just start here.
That's why they get smoked.
So we're going to say to anybody who's been living under a rock, who doesn't know who Ankh is, we're going to not say, but we're going to let Ankh just give us a brief introduction of who he is, what he does, his position on science and science literacy, right? Would you just give a little intro of yourself, please?
Give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Okay. And while he does get that together, again, everybody, you know how it goes. We're over here on HOK Coliseum. So come on in, hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed, of course, subscribe so you can get notifications. And if you are on sa.neter Studios, I don't know if you want to end it, sa.neter, but if you're on sa.neter Studios, we might end it. We are trying to get some traffic going on that channel because it's been kind of quiet.
You don't need to end it.
Okay, great. And of course, so there it is. If you're watching on sa.neter Studios, that's fine. Just hit the like button. And yeah, we're going to talk about what's going on. Is the earth 6,000 years old according to the Bible? Are we not apes? According to the Bible, we're not apes. Are we? What's going on with this? So I'm going to see if Ankh is ready to come in. Peace to Cedric. I see you. Thank you for yesterday. And by the way, peace to my brother Zion Warchild. And I don't know if Yara has recovered yesterday from that butt whipping, but peace to our brother Black Sage as well. It's all love. It is just like we said, the toughest environment. It's not personal. When you get up here, if you get a beat down on the information, it is just about the information. It is not personal, right, Ankh? It's nothing personal.
Hey, Nepal, if you want to give Ankh some time, I can come in with a quick short video. Is that all right?
What are you going to play, Senator?
He's getting his stuff ready.
Yeah, what do you want to play?
I want to play something. Shout out to the Latino family out there.
A video?
Something quick and short.
Okay, a video or a song?
A song. Something quick and short.
I mean, it's your platform, but I don't know what I knew you were going to play this whack-ass video. I hate that.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, my God. I hate this video.
You hate it, but you know what, Nepal?
No, because you know why?
No,
because it's like...
Let me finish. I was going to AI the woman you and AI the brother me.
Okay, no, you sa.neter, pause it, please. Pause it. No, it's not because the woman and the man. It's that it's just so it's exploitative. Like, it's like you don't even know how to dance salsa. And this music is hilarious. But go ahead and play it. That's why I don't like it.
The HOK is the toughest environment. Enter at your own risk. It's the toughest environment. The HOK is the toughest environment. Stay strong, don't cry. It's the toughest environment. No handouts here, you have to earn your respect. And when you do, you make their ass regret. They call it the toughest, and the title is earned from the bridges we cross and the lessons we learn. In a cool-blooded kingdom, a concrete cage. Muslim, Christian, Israelite, step on the stage. I dare you, I dare you, I dare you, I dare you, I dare you. In a cool-blooded kingdom, sa.neter created HOK, where you can't fake it. The HOK is where you fight back. No room for error, no when to attack. Is a master class how you handle the heat, where the pedigree is written on the concrete streets. Toughest environment, yeah, we know the score. Locked in on debate and asking for more. The HOK is the toughest environment. Enter at your own risk. It's the toughest environment. The HOK is the toughest environment. Stay strong, don't cry it out. sa.neter, 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 sa.neter,
All right, Ankh. Are you ready, brother? You should be ready and fired up. After that right there, let's get it, man. Ankh, you ain't back yet? Unmute yourself.
1 second, nigga. I'm gonna eat my dinner.
You said nigga?
Yeah.
You called me a nigga?
The snake energy from India.
Nah, that's Naga.
Hey, sa.neter, let me play since he's eating dinner. Let me let everybody in. If you don't mind, Ankh, I'm gonna let them come in so they can get it warmed up. Maybe you'll hear
get him out
something.
and I'll come back up. That's all.
sa.neter, you can run this. I'm gonna leave, y'all. I'm gonna let sa.neter run this.
If you leave, I leave, Nepal.
And then I'll leave.
No, I'm not leaving, but it's like, let me, you don't have to leave. Now they're gonna say I made sa.neter leave, and everybody's gonna hate the show. Do not leave now.
This your interview though, eh? We don't care about no son.
No, we can all be up here, but he's like telling me what to do. Like, don't let him in, take him out.
I ain't even listening to him. I'm listening to you.
Thank you, Ankh. And you know, I listen to him. I'm listening to him. I'm gonna take everybody off. I'm gonna take everybody off, like he said. Everybody, y'all, you're gonna listen in, and it's up to you, Ankh. Do you want them, sa.neter? Once he gets going, though, if there's something they want to refute, or we didn't. As I said, everybody, this is just all improv. So, how do you want to do it, Ankh?
I just want it to be make sure it's orderly, right?
Yes.
And they ain't nothing for them to refute. They're not gonna be able to refute it. Yeah, science is undefeated. It's just up to me to transmit the concepts properly. Yeah, ain't no getting around it. Yeah, come on now. Let's be real. Got to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, we got to be honest. We can't play the game.
Okay, well, first of all, I want to say thank you for doing this during your dinner time. That is a great sacrifice. People don't understand how serious that is. Dinner is real. Am I echoing?
No, that must be me. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so let's start off. Let's take baby steps. Let's start off in the beginning, just with creation. Let's start with evolution of the earth, however people say creation.
Would you say
creationism?
Okay.
I'm echoing.
Are you? Hold on. It might be. Let me get my settings. Hold on. Let's see. Are you echoing now?
No, I am not echoing anymore. Thank you.
All right.
So they did say there was. Okay, so creationism versus evolution. Is there any leg to stand on with creationism, and can you talk to us about it?
So, as to not to offend nobody, all creation stories on planet Earth are wrong. I'm gonna say it again. All creation stories on Earth are wrong, and I'm not saying they're all created the same, because they're not. But they're just wrong. But that's why it's a creation story. It wasn't meant to be right. It was a story for cultural. It's a cultural container of stories that would tell and identify the peoples that's telling it. It's to deify certain things, certain elements in the culture that's unique to their culture. So basically, you can look at the items that's deified and you can tell what place it came from based off of the topography, based off of the dress, based off of the names, based off of the time span. So it's a human endeavor to have creation stories, and that's okay. But the problem is, as we move forward in our education, we miss that part of science literacy that would make you understand and say what I just said. So all of them are wrong, and the fact that they're all wrong, that's a great thing. Because if you had one of them right, then that would give the humans that created that autonomy over everybody. Meaning we got the God, not that we all have creative power, because we all do. All humans have creative power. All people have the ability to create their neighborhoods, their blocks, their villages, their townships. They have that ability. They have agency to say, this is what I'm deifying because of this, and this. But if you had one creation story that was actually the story, then everybody would be subjected. But wait a minute, is that not what happened with colonialism? Of course, that's what happened. So if you can understand what I'm saying, then you can get my point. Just because I said all the stories are wrong, that doesn't mean that the stories aren't needed. They're needed because it brings clarity to a culture. It allows them to understand who their enemies are, who their friends are. It identifies the foes, right? It identifies the good people, the bad people. It places the culture in the morality code that the people themselves had came up with, whether it's the gods. If you're saying it's the gods who created the quote unquote morality code. Well, we know human beings write the stories and talk about God. Prior to writing, human beings have the idea. These thoughts come from human beings. And it comes from human beings that are breathing oxygen, that are pumping blood, that are walking, that have perception, that have five senses, and they're trying to make sense of their natural world. This is a beautiful thing for humanity. Creation stories are beauty to a culture. They're just beautiful. That's why I study all creation stories as much as I can. I think it's a beautiful thing that humans have came up with. But I would like to always put them in a proper place. The problem with certain communities, not just the African American community, but just communities, period, they don't know how to put the cultural stories in its proper place. They don't understand how to use religion. They don't know when to apply their beliefs and when to apply their literacy. Okay, and science and economics. They jumble mumble and mix the two, but that comes with a certain education. The more educated you get on the subject matter, the more you separate it. So that's my answer to the creation story.
That's a great answer. I wanted to have you just expound on that a little bit more by putting it. I'm going to pose a question to you. Why is it so important for intelligent people who are Bible believers or they have a faith, even Muslims? Why is it that some of them get so upset that they cannot fit science into their creation story? Why is that so serious for them?
I tell you who uses the word all the time. Post hoc rationale. That be Cedric say that all the time. I hadn't even heard nobody say it before him. And you can't type fit your creation story to science or vice versa. It makes no sense because your creation story has all the power of the culture. Meaning, why would your particular deity or whatever you have deified, whatever you've made important, why would it need science? Then it wouldn't be that, right? It wouldn't be all powerful and all knowing. Why would an all powerful, all knowing entity, whether it's the trees, whether it's the bear that's in the village, the totem, whether it's the unseen God like the Hebrews and the Christians, the Christ figure, why would that need science? Remember, science is a human endeavor. Why would God need man? See, that's why that makes no sense. But I understand why they do it, though. They do it because everybody understands the power of science. The pseudo understands the power of science. The person that goes to church understands the power of science. This is how you know they understand the power of science. They understand the power of science because they always talking about science. They always use the word science. African root science, Hindu science, this science, that science. Why use the word? Right? You must think it's important, but you understand the power of it. You just can't explain it because it takes a whole nother education. Different definitions for the same words you may use in everyday use is different in science. It takes a whole, it takes your ability to get to the point where you can stop using your five senses. There you have it. Because your five senses are horrible for trying to understand science. See? Think about that. Think about that. You might be 40 years old, 10 years old, 30 years old, 3 years old, 7 years old. This whole time on earth, you have relied on your five senses. You're listening. Nighttime, you're listening. You hear somebody in the bushes, you turn around. There's somebody trying to rob you. But you prepared because you heard them early in the game. Your vision, man, I'm looking down the street. I see somebody coming. I'm out of here. You smell. You go to eat. That fish doesn't smell right. You throw it away. It saves you from getting sick, right?
Right.
So five senses that help you navigate the world. Your world was created in the atmosphere of Earth. And your senses are great for survivability on planet Earth. But it's horrible when you get outside of planet Earth. Horrible. It's horrible when you get to the point where you can't see it anymore because the microorganism that comes out of chicken, which is deadly, chicken will kill you.
Yes.
All you got to do, prepare some chicken on a counter, halfway wipe it off. Somebody come behind you, touch it, might scratch in their mouth, they can get sick and die.
Yep, salmonella, yep.
Salmonella. You didn't see it though. Well, I went to the store, I bought the greens, I washed them good, but it got the poison on it. You know, vegetables carry some poison sometimes. That's why they have a recall on it. These things,
yeah.
E. coli.
Yeah.
You didn't see it though. Your eyes was horrible for seeing it. The COVID virus, you couldn't see it. That's why it was so mystical. You couldn't see it. See, so terrible. But man didn't mature in science until they developed instruments and tools and techniques that could either allow them to extend their senses or add a brand new one on.
I want to ask you about that right there, about the tools. That's a great point. There's an evolution in technology. Obviously, we have these great tools that we use, because you talked about microorganisms that in the past they said, oh, it's an evil, Torah says, throw it away, don't eat that because there's an evil spirit. God says it's evil. But now we know that you can get a microscope and you can look and say, oh, here's salmonella. So I want to ask you, when we see that in the natural world, I know you're an atheist, but I just want you to be as objective as possible. Does that still, does it take the power away from God the more we advance with more technology, with these tools that are advanced, and we can see things in the natural world that we couldn't see before? Is this taking power away from God?
No, I want to be as objective as possible. I want to use data. I want to be subjective, right? Of course, your atheism would lead you to think that, to say, yes, it takes the power away from God, when it actually doesn't. It actually frames it and puts it in its proper category, in its proper usage, right? People are inspired through prayer. Some of us are. Some of us are inspired by great speakers. Some of us are inspired by the preacher. And it's nothing wrong with having inspiration. But if you're going to say you're going to a place where it could be potentially dangerous, and in a particular place you should carry your gun. And not even saying an illegal gun, but some, in Georgia, we have a right to carry. You carry guns. Some areas require guns. Having a gun in your household is important, right?
Of course, here too.
The prayer is going to stop somebody with a gun, then you have misused the prayer. You have misorganized what religion and what prayer can do. So I'm never a person to say take away a prayer, because I want to add this tidbit here. What I do is unnatural. To not believe, right, in a all cosmic force is unnatural. Homo sapiens sapiens. This is why this is important to understand evolution. We have evolved in the Stone Age. Stone Age, the age of stone. When I say Iron Age, it's the age of iron. Bronze age of bronze. When humans get to the point where they can develop bronze, they get to the point where they can develop iron, where they can Stone Age. When humans develop stone tools, there's a chimpanzees are in the Stone Age. They've moved.
Oh yeah, I want to talk about that.
Right, but let me get back to what I'm saying is our brains are tight fit for the Stone Age, but guess what? Now we're in the space age. So we bring a lot of, as a joke, right? I would say we bring a lot of spookism with us, but in reality, we bring our beliefs with us from the Stone Age, which it helped us in the Stone Age. So it was very essential for Homo sapiens sapiens, because they was overwhelmed by everything in nature. Homo sapiens sapien, savanna apes in a raw. We butterball naked, and everything around us was potentially dangerous. Spiders, bugs, ticks, rats, tigers, lions, all types of things. So anytime something was shake, we're immediately running and getting up out of there. So if you're in an area where there's high grass, because you've seen your ancestors get eaten up, something appears like high grass, you're done. So if the high grass move, it's better to run than stand there and do like I would do. Well, what exactly is that? Could that be the windage? Or maybe that's a predator that's this big and won't hurt me. I don't think I want to run. As a damn lion jump out and bite my hand off. We ain't got no medicine to handle that. I get a fever, get infected, and die. It doesn't make right now today, if you're outside exercising and walking down the trail and the grass rattle, you're running, the grass rattle, you automatically, whoa.
Yep.
See, if you're upstairs in your house, nighttime, you're getting ready for being some go boom, boom, boom. Man, you go grab your gun.
Yes.
You go downstairs, it was simply a tree crashed through the door, fell out. Right? So you humans will never make the mistake, okay, and call a shadow a human, but they will always make the mistake and call a shadow a human. Extrasensory is what we have, developed in the Stone Age. Simple as that. We got the space age, and people can co-opt that with your religions and tell you anything. That's why the internet is so hard. The internet supercharge your beliefs.
Oh, can you repeat that?
I want to ask you a question. We're 1 second, Zaquan.
I just wanted him to repeat what he said about shadow.
Before you do, I do want to say this.
Write that down.
He will repeat it, Zaquan. Thank you. But I love that you talked about this, because I was just talking to my children are very into science, and my son was talking about things that we think that we just naturally, well, it is natural to us, but it's epigenetically encoded in our DNA, a lot of stuff, right? Like, for instance, when you said, when we jump at something, that's not, I want to talk about the, how do you say, the personality, or actually the characteristics that we picked up over time as people, like how we're afraid of the dark. We just think, well, all people are afraid of the dark. It's because of our environment that we were in, right? For all this, for thousands of years. So you can put a pin in mine and repeat what you said, but I want to come back to that, where you can we can start really unpacking the fascinating things about, even how you said when we smell meat and we know it's stinky, it's because it used to kill us when we would eat it, right?
Yeah, you realize, so like, the women are like the first foragers, right? And so they spend a lot of time foraging, where the males, hunting is a more physical thing. It's just, it's what you're doing, a little more physical. And so it was certain berries and stuff they could smell to see if they was ripe or not. If you get the wrong thing, it might, they gotta start identifying quickly. Is this poison? Is it not? Okay, who died from this? You got to start categorizing everything. You got to start developing. Nature is giving you signs based off of color. Certain animals are giving off colors. We're dangerous because we had this color. And so it's a lot of things to interact with in your environment that your five senses are champions of, perfect for it. Smell, all that. Your smell is heightened, right? You got to smell. You can smell things coming. Right, we humans don't have the greatest smell, but we can smell when somebody is different around. You can smell them, smell different.
Right.
Okay, all these things are important, but the number one thing that really kept you going is your ability to get the hell up out of there very fast.
And to save your life.
So it's certain genes that actually interact, and those who get away fast enough, right, will live longer to have valuable offspring. A valuable offspring meaning you made it to the age of reproduction to pass on those genes. And so more people with the genes to get the hell up out of there, and I'm making it simple, right, lasted longer. So over time, the population was full of people that was getting the hell up out of there and was believing everything was trying to kill them. Those that were super, super inquisitive, there wasn't a whole lot of them. It was some making it, but it wasn't a lot of them. So the population has always been this way. It's always been the believers. It's always the believers and the non-believers. And by the way, the non-believers aren't really all non-believers. What I'm saying is, I just don't believe in a God, in an all-powerful thing. But there's a lot of other things I believe in. So I still carry those genes of believing. So you can trick me. I believe you love me. Right? We didn't all have men and women that we loved and you believe they loved you, but they actually didn't. They were just trying to get you for your money, or they was hanging with you because of your influence, but you believe they loved you. So you know what I mean? So but you actually believed it and you could feel it, and you would say, man, I know she loved me, man. And then she run off. See?
Wow, this is great.
So
This is
when I
great.
say I'm a non-believer, I don't mean that I don't believe, and that's the mistake the other side made. So you say you don't believe in nothing? No, I'm saying I don't believe in your God. That's it. It's like people they're not thinking, right? So all humans believe because it's the natural thing to do. The unnatural thing to do is to fight your beliefs. It just is, and that's why it's hard for us to recover from 350 years of slavery. Right? Because those processes, Europeans had time to develop those processes at their own daggone speed. Where I'm working in the field, you illegal to read. Only thing I can read is the Bible. I mean, the natural thing to do is just stay real super religious with it. That's why Africa has such a hard time, right? Because it was underdeveloped. You need time to develop. You need to be able to fight wars. You need to have fights with different groups. And the best group that thought the best, maybe the group might not even be the best fighters, but they just outthink the people with the best weapons. They outthink them. They outmaneuver them. And that group becomes dominant, and they develop an empire, and they control territory that would give them enough strength to withstand different colonial powers. So some African groups had enough to withstand the scrutiny of imperialism, and some just did not. But we never was allowed to develop that because, like I said, that incursion into the ecology, European culture, it was a culture shock. What you want me to say?
Mm-hmm.
So,
wow,
I mean,
thank you.
Yeah, I just want to kind of put all it out there. Y'all can slow the tape down and hear what I'm saying. But, like I'm like the number one enemy for some reason. When actually, I know I come off as the bad guy, but I'm really the good guy. I'm telling you something that I never had told to me. Yeah, I didn't have this. I had all I had was Dr. Ben and them, Sheikh Anthony Diop's and them, John Jackson and all the other, and then a whole list of super pseudos. I didn't have. I had to work it out with myself. I had to see what the hell is going on. Got tired of getting tricked. You know what I'm saying? I needed the cool. I realized that believing about everything wasn't cool. Believing that we was the greatest people on earth, but couldn't verify what parts of that we was. Believing that the African floated across the savannah and did no wrong was blameless one. That's how it was the blameless one. They did nothing wrong. The Europeans was the meanest devils, and we did none of that. We was gracious in the way we did. Yeah, that's a hell of a mind. You know what I mean? You had to balance it out. The only thing what I realized was, man, to catch everybody lying, it's something called science gonna catch you lying. Science gonna beat you to, it's gonna beat you to submission. The more you fight, it's like quicksand. The more you fight against it, the more you get submerged. The more you go home by yourself when ain't nobody around, you're like, damn, I didn't even make no sense. But let me get back to you though. The thing was, human beings will never make the mistake in calling another human a shadow, but they will always make the mistake in calling a shadow a human. This is based off of evolution, the way we have evolved. Get tricked all the time. You get it?
Okay.
You get that? Make sense to you?
I'm not sure I understand. You talking about your reflection?
No, not your own. A shadow of anything. You'll see a shadow of a box. You're like, oh shit, that's somebody in my damn house.
Oh, okay. You're talking about
shadows. A shadow.
Right. Yeah.
But you ain't never looking at a human and say, that's a damn shadow standing there. What? You're never making that mistake. But you always look at a shadow of something and say, is that live? What is that? Is that a person? You ever seen a shadow like a person on the wall? You at nighttime and she was like, oh shit, is that somebody came to my house? Do you turn the light on? Remember the daggone light? The light. Yeah. You were like, oh hell no.
My first wife before we got married. My first wife before we got married.
This ain't the first.
When I would go over to her house, I would come home and there was a shadow that I used to see quite a bit on my house.
Okay.
Her father was a voodoo priestess.
Man, come on, man. Knock it off. What the hell is going on? Get him out.
No, bro. I used to take him, or my wife used to take her father up northwest to this house every Saturday We will drop him off and we will go to church, because at that time we were Seventh-day Adventists. And we will go to church at the 16th Street Baptist Church on Saturday.
My flow right now. What this got to do with my example? Not at all.
Yeah, I'm gonna. We answered you. Apostle,
I'm just talking about shadows. You asked me about a shadow.
I wasn't talking about shadows. You talking about shadows. I was talking about how we perceive a shadow to be something that it's not.
That's my confusion. That's why I asked you, could you repeat it? Because I wasn't sure what you was talking about.
I wasn't talking about no voodoo and somebody that can cast shadows and all that.
I ain't talking about everything. Every object casts a shadow.
Yeah, but I don't know what you was talking about. Well, you ain't get to it quick enough.
I didn't know what
Well, let's take this into something scientific. If you don't want him to be on here, let him know, Ankh. If you,
I don't mind, cool. I like
okay, I want to stay on the vein that this is what's really fascinating is that particular condition is actually something else that when I'm talking about epigenetics, things that we experience when we go back to we're going to talk about people saying the Earth's 6,000 years, but tens of thousands of years with our evolution as humans, right? It's called pareidolia. Pareidolia is when you look at something that's not an animate object, but you see a human face or you see it as a human. So I want to take that back to you, Ankh. Excuse me?
The shape of a cloud.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So anything.
Pareidolia.
So
yeah.
Yes. So exactly. Okay. So when we do that, Ankh, I want to talk back about how when we were trying to be, everything was about survival, right? Mm-hmm. Everything, like you said, we just have tried to live. Smelling our actual, this is taking you into the conversation about evolution. When we smell something, again, I'm going back to the smell and then seeing shadows as real humans, and these are things that actually changed our neurological makeup, like the neurons in our olfactory system. And these are actually things where our bodies evolved to be like, ooh, I don't like the smell of rotten flesh, because vultures like the smell of rotten flesh, right? Mm-hmm. But we are like, ooh, that can kill us over time. We must have tried to eat it over thousands and thousands of years, right? And we died. So talk to us about the evolution of humans, where some people say, no, we're the same as we were. And then they say 6,000 years ago. It's really fascinating. What I'm trying to say isn't that proof of evolution when we epigenetically change to our environment?
All living organisms on Earth evolve. Mm-hmm. Humans are still evolving today. Yeah, it's all about evolution. That's why whenever I had conversations, people saying, why in the hell is he talking about evolution? Well, if you're talking about what you're talking about, why does a vulture develop the smell of dead, rotten meat and will eat it? And a human will smell the exact same thing and get the hell away from it because it's not good for it.
Not a vulture.
Right. But why would that be that?
Right.
Something got to clean the earth.
Because the vote, you gotta get, come on, man. What are you talking about, man?
Apostle, you want to fall back for a second?
I can fall back. I didn't bring myself up.
Yeah, fall back.
No, I'm saying, but he wants to flow on this.
Yeah.
You just
if you could just mute out for a minute, Elder.
I ain't hate him.
I don't mind you being up here. He doesn't mind, but he just wants to not get. So back to what you were about to start cooking on that.
So vultures that had the ability to.
Thank you, Apostle.
Figure out where the rotten meat was more often than those that did not, evolved to be in their environment, to develop, to have valuable offspring. And the ones that didn't develop that type of sensory and ability to smell the rotten meat earlier, right? The population of vultures did like this. The ones that couldn't and the ones that could ate more often, and eating more often, you have the ability to feed offspring, and the more food that the offspring eat, they're going to survive longer till they reach the age to have other quote unquote vultures. And and as the vulture evolved in this environment, you end up with the vulture today. Natural selection it's It's very interesting because the vulture comes from the universal common ancestor that all living things come from over time, over millions of billions of years, over time. And I get it. So evolution never occurs in a single organism. I'm gonna say it again. Evolution does not occur in you, me, the vulture. No, it's the genes passed on to the offspring. The radiation affects the genes, affects the DNA, damages the DNA, causes it to mutate, damage, radiation. You hear top-notch scientists, evolutionary biologists. They talk about the radiation. Radiation damages the cells. It damages the DNA.
Yes.
Causes it to mutate just a little bit. And it may develop a trait. It may develop a trait that will help the next generation do something better, like the skin color. Okay? That I live, that freak that I live, the variation of a gene gave people that were lighter in the northern climates an advantage over those that were darker. But a dark-skinned person didn't stand there and turn light-skinned. It was over time, the population. Watch this. It's standard. As a matter of fact, I need to get off of humans. Because if I talk about humans, most of us can't handle it. But if I talk, you don't
I do that.
Right. That's why Charles Darwin, the Victorian scientist, and I say the Victorian scientist, Sir Charles Darwin, the Victorian scientist. I say that because that's how Dr. Ben introduced the gentleman to me. Called him the Victorian scientist, Sir Charles Darwin. There's a reason why he said all that. He understood that somebody would catch that and say, damn, why is he saying that? Why is this man so important? Why is this man just banging on colonialism and how they mess up their history? Why is he introducing this white guy right now? In the beginning of his book, why is he showing you fossils of ancient man? Not even Homo sapiens, just ancient human males and females, different, look like monsters. Why is he doing this? And we all looked at the first 2 chapters in Dr. Ben's book, and none of us read the shoe. Like, I don't understand that shit. And we went right to the religious part. But back to the skin color. You thought I forgot. My point is that radiation, as humans migrated out of Africa, okay, the mutation of dark skin or dark brown skin that allowed you to have valuable offspring because it protects you from a harmful UVA rays. Radiation, again, was surrounded by harmful UVA. That harmful UVA actually attacks the folic, right? It's a vitamin that women produce, the folic acid, right, in women, okay? It attacks that at high rates where they start having miscarriages or start having babies that have spinal bifidus, right? Start having babies that are born too early and then they die, okay? So over time, those that were a little bit more darker got protection just enough to have a baby. And the color of that baby protected it just enough to reach the age of reproduction where it can start having sperm or eggs. We can get pregnant and have a baby, just enough. And over time, the population was darker and they could survive in the temperate zones, in the areas where it's high radiation, the equator, equatorial Africa, right there, okay? And they could survive, but as they left Africa, first they had to develop something that we would call, as they got to the cooler areas, they had the invention of clothes. Because remember, we naked now. Naked for the majority of human beings have been naked for the majority of their life on Earth. Let's get that straight. So you got to invent some type of clothing, some kind of skins, and you march out of Africa, right? And you don't go far, bands of 100 maybe 1,000, somewhere in between, from 1,000 to 100, somewhere in between there. And you leave out and you're darker. So when you walk to these areas, right, your genes are affected again. You're eating different types of food. You know, food can also affect your genes and that next generation. You know, I mean, like that's why the Esquimalt people, the Eskimos, they still retain their browner skin because of their diet, rich in vitamin D.
And omega-3s and
So they retake. So they don't even got that doesn't even happen. They're still getting the rich vitamin D. Now, as these Africans leave Africa and get to cooler areas, now you got darker people in areas. Now you need the vitamin D. The sun is not a damn vitamin. What the sun does, it activates vitamin D in your skin. Vitamin D is produced in the skin of humans. But if you darker, you ain't getting that. Now you get rickets. You know what I'm saying? You going through changes that's harmful, and now you can't have valuable offspring that will make it to the age of reproduction. But some of those people had babies that were just a little bit lighter. And those particular genes were passed on to the next generation. Over time, the population got lighter. But I'm really wanting to talk about the spotted moth, because like I said, if I talk about humans, y'all gonna all jump off the stream. But
you want to talk about the spider moth?
The spotted moth. I think they can handle.
What is it?
The spotted moth.
The spotted moth. Okay, what is that? Can you explain to us what that is?
Classic example of evolution and adaptation. Classic example. And so during the, let's say it was, you ever watch these old movies and France and stuff like that with a smog, pollution, environmental pollution. We see smog in these movies, right? The smog.
Yes.
This is because they was burning a lot of fossil fuels. And with the smog collected on these white trees.
Okay.
On these white trees, these moths, M-O-T-H, moths. Right?
Yeah, moths. Got it. Moths. I'm looking it up right now.
These trees was full of moths. They were white with brown spots on them. Some of them was a little brown, but the population of the whiter spotted moth, the lichens, right, was greater than, see that? Those lichens right there was greater than the quote unquote, the brown ones. But why is this? Because that adaptation allowed for them to blend in with the trees. And the predator, the birds that ate the spotted moth, couldn't see the ones that could blend in with the trees, but could see the darker ones. So it was always a large population of ones they couldn't really see. And the browner ones, they could see they ate them already. And now watch this. During the age where they burned a lot of fossil fuels, now this smog is getting on these white trees. So now guess what? Those whiter spotted moths are now standing out. The dark ones are blended in with the trees because the trees are now browner. And so now the predator can't see the darker spotted moths. They see the lighter ones. And so they eat them more readily. So over time, right, the population goes from the white spotted moth to the darker spotted moth. So now you got a heavy influx of the darker spotted moths. Why is that? Because the darker ones are now blending with the trees. It's a classic example of evolution. Now, once they pass the laws, right, to stop burning the fossil fuels like that, now guess what? The smog cleared up. So now the trees go from being darker and the darker spotted moths flourishing because the predators can't see them. They can only see the white ones that's sticking out. Now all of a sudden, watch this. The population of darker ones start to what? Decrease. Why? Because they've been eating more. They've been eaten more readily. The predators eating them, and now the population is back to lighter again. But the evolution does not occur in one moth. It actually occurs in the population. This is key to what I'm talking about. Evolution occurs in a population, not in the individual. So what do you mean a population? Well, those that carry the inheritable traits, the genes that would give birth to a darker moth, reach the age of reproduction, right? Because it was darker, and pass those genes on. Genes carry all the genetic information, right? Okay. And those moths were darker. But it was always a smaller population of moths that made it. Just because you was light on a darker tree don't mean you're not going to make it. You may just make it, but not as many. And they passed their genes on. right? But as the environment changed, what's the environment? The color of the tree. Why did the color of the tree change? Because now we put in rules, stop burning fossil fuel, the more smog, then the trees are no longer darker, the trees go lighter. And now the darker moths, the heavy population of darker moths, and now the predators say, I see you, eat you more often. So there's less darker moths that can pass their genes on to the next generation, but it's more lighter moths that are passing on. So over time, the population go from dark to light. It's a classic example.
Yeah. Wow. Let me ask you if you can
of evolution.
Go into the that's great. That's awesome. Because also I've heard and you've heard it too, especially in these forums, about the elephants with their tusks. Can you talk to us? Have you heard that conversation where now there are something similar? The predator is the human actually who hunts them. So when they hunt them for their tusks, what I guess the elephants that have smaller tusks are more prevalent or more the population's bigger. So now there are less elephants. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong out there, anybody, but I've heard something similar, that now there aren't very many elephants that grow those very long curling tusks like they used to. They're just very short.
Oh,
have you heard of that?
No, I haven't heard of it, but I can kind of, let me guess at it.
Okay, please.
Let me guess at it. So you're saying the population of the population of elephants, those bulls with longer tusks aren't there no more. What I would be thinking is, since humans hunt the big bulls with the longer tusks, there are less bulls that will pass their genes for having long tusks in the population of the daggone elephants. So over time, the ones with the smaller tusks, right, is having sex more often than the ones that got killed with the big tusks. And so those genes that produce the smaller tusks, the population go like this. See, I can basically understand. I'm not sure, but I would guess that's what that is. That's
it. I got to drop the bomb for that.
So let me show you this.
Exactly. That's what it is. So that's evolution.
That's evolution. So look, share my screen. Let me show you this. All right. So
but people will argue, Ankh, they'll say that's not evolution.
Okay, well, it is. It's classic Charles Darwin evolution right here. The peppered moth evolution. It said evolution of the peppered moth in an evolutionary stance of directional color change in the moth population as consequence of what? Air pollution during the Industrial Revolution. It says the frequency of dark colored moths increased at that time. An example of industrial metalasium. It say later when the population was reduced in response to the clean air legislation, we call it the Clean Air Act, the light colored form again predominated. It say industrial metallism in the peppered moth was an early test of Charles Darwin's natural selection in action, and it remains a classic example in the teaching of evolution. See, that's what I'm doing for y'all. I'm giving you an Account University.
Wow, that's awesome.
Right, this
that's great.
Tellurian. All right, it's right here.
I didn't know anything about this. This is really fascinating, and it's all because of it's based on environment.
Yep, look at this. See, make it big.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, see.
Oh yeah, yeah. And look at so there's both of them right there.
Yep.
So the lighter one and the darker one, right?
Yeah, so you can barely see the lighter one. You can see now. Suppose this tree got smut on it, then you wouldn't be able to see the darker one. And this is kind of like a sore thumb. It's a classic example. So it's not that the moth right there you're looking at evolves, is that the eggs that the female have will carry the genes for that dark color, and that next generation will be darker. But this lighter one right here carry the genes, right, that will produce the light color. But if you're eating more often because the predators can see you, see how you can see that easily, you can see that, then more of these darker ones are going to get eaten. And so over time, the offspring does not have time to give rise to valuable offspring, because if you did, you can't reproduce. It's crazy when young black men on a regular basis get killed before they have children. Think about that.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I could really talk about. I could really get into so for example, the classic mistake, and then I'm going to give the definition of what scientific literacy is. A classic mistake. Social Darwinism ain't got nothing to do with Charles Darwin. We need to stop making this mistake. Social Darwinism was created after Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. He had nothing to do with it. It was falsely applied. You know what I'm saying? Falsely applied. And so, for instance, if you're thinking about survival of the fittest, which Charles Darwin didn't come up with, then you would think that the tribe that's the most mightiest and the best weaponry and always ready to go to war and step to people and always winning and killing, you would think that they would end up with the largest tribe over time. That's not true. If you're always sending warriors into battle, some of them gonna get killed. You always send young people in battle. That's why United States, when your ass get 18, you gotta sign up for the daggone service. It's called selective service. Gotta sign up. Because young people are willing to die more than me. Like I'm saying right now, I don't want no smoke. I know I can die. When you're young, you don't think you can actually die. You don't see it. Over time, that warrior tribe always sending these young warriors in the battle. They're dying more often. They not come back home to have sex.
Talk. Yep.
With the women that will have babies and carry those genes for the warrior on and on and on. But the tribe that lay back and say, we ain't fighting all the time. Nope, I'm not going to engage in that war. Y'all can have it. Y'all want that baby? Over time, they're constantly having more babies, though. So that tribe get bigger than the warrior tribe. Because the warrior tribe, they down half the time. See the difference? I would like to add this to the black community, the African American community, the FBA community. I would like to say, if we continue allowing our 13-year-old, 14-year-old, 12 years old to die from gun violence, what the hell you think is going on? Over time, the population of the youth is going to get a little bit smaller, ain't it? Like, we got to relax this, man. We got it's called conflict resolution.
That's why the European is the minority on the planet.
No, stop, man. Can you move them out?
But I don't know why you act like everything I say is unreasonable. Well, you got to get off of that, huh? No, the European is the minority on the earth. What are you talking about?
Not for that reason, though. You just said anything.
I didn't say what reason.
No,
I didn't say what reason. I just said the European is the minority on why he's the majority in America, he's the minority in the world. That's what I said.
Let me ask you, let me ask you.
Hold on. How's that germane? Hold on, I'm gonna pick them apart. Watch this. How is that germane to what I said?
Because the European, if you're talking about war, it's the European that's most often than not.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
On the war.
Okay, Apostle.
On the war. You talking about get me up out of here.
Apostle, I'm gonna let you. Apostle, I'm
tired.
I'm gonna let Apostle remove himself.
Boring. The whole thing is boring.
Okay.
Butterflies.
I tell you what.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Just a second, Ankh. Apostle, you can.
Sorry.
Can I have
Thank you.
Excuse myself.
He's gonna excuse himself.
Apostle.
Nah, bro, I can excuse myself. You are almighty genius. And whatever you say.
Well, I was getting an interview from him.
I know.
Apostle.
Let me say it to you, Apostle. You know what? I'm gonna take the high road in this, right? And I'm going to explain to you very simple. I will simply give you an example of survival of the fittest, which is actually not a concept of Charles Darwin. He would have been talking about survival of the fit genes. Okay. And I gave you an example of that. I was basically saying most people think the strongest in the jungle will always win. That's what most people think. And I simply gave an example of the strongest in the jungle don't always win because they in more fights more often, right? So they losing people over time.
And that's not the European.
So it's not the strongest, right? No, Europeans.
I said European was the strongest.
I said if you let me, you jump right in when you think you got something. And this is where the goddamn lesson I'm teaching.
Yeah.
Bro. And
Give me a minute. Can you just let me just get in here, Apostle? We're gonna let him do like a full lesson, and then I'm gonna bring everybody in.
I'm teaching,
and he removed himself. I didn't kick him out. Apostle removed himself. So, and
I didn't bring myself in.
The hate is in your heart.
No, Apostle. I brought you in because go ahead. I brought you in because you had a question.
I don't care. I'm saying
I brought you in.
You came in with the ignorance though on purpose, willful ignorance, because you never would have listened.
Why is that willful ignorance?
Because whenever you come on, you talking about that Bible, nigga. I'm like,
nigga, I ain't talking about no Bible.
I'm like,
hey guys,
that's your problem.
I'm like,
gentlemen,
them damn classes.
Hey, Pastor, you
need
the Bible. You need to only talk.
Did I mention the Bible?
Well, the show is a challenge, but I just wanted to get him to
the Bible.
You should have though.
Well,
no.
Apostle, can you not hear me?
There's no science.
No, you don't know.
There's an island out there that used to have nothing but mice. Excuse me. There's an island out there that used to have nothing but rabbits, and it was beautiful. But the European came over with his ship.
Give me 1 second.
And his rats, and the rats flooded the island and started eating what the rabbits was eating. So the rabbits started dying. And the rats even fed on the rabbits. So there's some bright genius said, well, let's bring some cats to kill the rats. But they brought the cats, but the cats killed not only the rats, but the rabbits. This is your people, bright thinking, scientific minds. A rat wasn't in America until the European came and brought the rats over here on their ships. Venereals wasn't here until them same guys having sex with sheep came over here and having sex with the native population. And then they came with their blankets of smallpox. And you got an entire nation of people gone.
Really, yo, you just overtalked the lady.
Look, man, I'm gone. You are almighty, most knowing, with your ignorant ass.
Apostle, what's going on right now, Apostle? I know we're about to smoke, but let's try to let the brother.
He brought me back up here.
You got some food. You got some food right here, yo. That's how bananas you are. You got food right there, Pop. So I'm not yelling at you.
I have man.
What's that right here? What's that right here? Right here, nigga. You see
that's my mustache.
Right here. What's that?
That's okay, great.
What's that?
Okay.
Nigga.
What's that?
Let's do this. This is so great. Let me tell you something. The information that was coming out, and we're gonna get back on track. Hey, this is the toughest environment. You know, nobody has soft skin, but we need to really get back on track.
Paul, I'm gonna get back to this.
So go back to that point about the male population is very intriguing.
I want to go back to why bringing in Europeans was not germane. And he's wild with that. Since Europeans fight the most wars, then that's why the Europeans had the smallest population. That's not true. Right? That's not true. The majority of Earth inhabitants live in the temperate zones. Right. So based off of the skin color, Matt, the majority of people on planet Earth are darker brown anyway. People of color outnumber those who live in the higher zones, zone 3. That's why European population is not as high as everywhere. And then we can talk about birth rates and get into all that and how the harmful rays attack sperm and mammals. I'm not sure if they figured that out for humans yet, but they do understand it causes damage. It lowers the sperm count in mammals, certain mammals like rats in the lab, right? And so there's a lot of reasons, but going to war ain't the reason why it's less. It's always been smaller populations of Europeans than quote unquote people of color. So I mean so he just messed it up. That's what I'm saying. He didn't help himself, and then he's trying to make the point because scientists introduce. I think he said he introduced rats to try to stop the rabbits or the rabbits, something crazy like that. But that's all in the game, though. They learn from that's called learning. They think one thing's going to work and it doesn't, and they change it up. That's all part of science. Science ain't perfect. You have to learn through your ways. You take the data, you realize that didn't work. And then he made the mistake and said the Europeans didn't bring syphilis to the Americas. The Native Americans gave Europeans syphilis. It's part of the Columbian exchange. Old world population brought smallpox and certain disease to America.
Nigga, you're going to have to source that up. No, I'm sorry. But you ain't going to come up here and say that the Indian gave the European syphilis.
Did you bring
You're going to have to source that up.
Do you want to put some money on it?
I source it up, Negro.
Money on it.
Negro, source it up.
Yo, Apostle. Stop with the name calling, bro.
No, I'm fine.
Either deal with the information. Stop with the name calling.
No, I'm good today. I'm in a certain mind. And can't nobody get me off my square, yo. I'm teaching today. I ain't tripping. That's his. See, I'm striking a chord on him. I got him. He in my trap. I got set him up. Yeah, Apostle. You put some money on that, Apostle? They all go like this. This is how they go. They go like this. Here's the source right here. The Columbian Exchange.
Let me pull it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is we all understand that. Let me see if I can find the Columbian Exchange, also known as Columbian Interchange, was the widespread transfer of plants, animals, and diseases between the New World, the Americas, and the Western Hemisphere, and the Old World, Afro-Asia, and the Eastern Hemisphere. From the 15th century onward, it is named after explorer Christopher Columbus. All right. Okay. And is related to the European colonization and the global trade following the 1492 voyage, global slave trade too. Let me onwards Americas. Let's see exactly. Slave indigenous population cross. Hold on. Crops, livestock, maize, potatoes, tobacco, sweet peas, chili, peppers. Let me see. Important rice, sugar, cane, livestock. Let's see if we can get you the disease part of it. You see, pull it right here and show you animals, plants. Here you go, disease. Okay, let's see. All right. The first manifestation of the Columbian Exchange may have been the spread of syphilis from the native people of the Caribbean Sea to Europe. I say again, the first manifestation of the Columbian Exchange may have been the spread of syphilis from the native people to the to the Caribbean Sea.
Keyword may have been.
Man, come on, bro.
You kill yourself with your own source.
You got it.
And then that's not even talking about America. That's talking about the Caribbean. Go ahead, man. Don't even start that. And the last person I want telling me where syphilis came from. And I know they the ones that dealt with the sheep on the ship. I know better than that. Give somebody else that dumb information and let them swallow it. I know better. That's crazy.
Okay. Are you still needing this? I can take it down for you if you're done with it.
No, I want everybody, y'all can read through the whole thing. Let me give you the source of this. And and at the end of the day, man, look, it is right here. The topic is debated like a lot of different topics. But for you to think that the native population didn't have any diseases, that's your fucking ignorance. You're just ignorant. You're crazy. You can never learn. You're stuck. You're stuck. Right? You think that human beings don't carry diseases because
that's what I said. But I know this said may have been.
So you're saying, so you worry about
this may have been, meaning that they don't know. So and you brought the source up that may have been. And you want to think like you so smart.
I'm saying why
I guess a may have been is not at all.
I'm saying why
may have been.
Why
I'm surprised that you bringing a source that says may have been, and you're trying to pass it off as truth.
Why you?
Okay, let's talk to him. Let's let him. Let's let one mic prevail.
I'm saying in about 5 minutes, I'm gonna cuss your ass out.
Yeah, let's not go. Let's not do that.
I'm just
He already dropped the F-bomb.
Hold on, Ankh. sa.neter. This is a great show.
I'm saying you overdoing it.
Nah, you.
Yeah, let's do this. Can I take the mic for a minute, Apostle?
Yeah, you can have. Look,
sa.neter.
Talking is bringing me back up here. Lying.
Okay.
You're lying.
So now
who may have been?
Okay, Apostle, just get some information. Apostle, just grab some information to refute it. That's all you got to do.
You got 2 strikes, Apostle. The next time you yell and scream in my face without a source, I'm gonna cuss you out.
That's not gonna happen. Yeah, that's not happening. He's not gonna do that.
Because
it's not gonna happen because this is a great show, Ankh. I don't want it to go as far left to where.
Hold on. But what he can't do is act like I'm the sucker in the box. Now I'm calm and I'm chilling. But he's not me. I'm not yelling at him. I'm cordial.
Right.
I disagree with the source. He know I got 50 more sources to back that up. But this show ain't about syphilis and its origins and all that.
I'm not yelling at you. I talk loud, brother.
sa.neter, are you there?
You come here, sa.neter don't gotta be there.
I'm right here.
No, I want him to talk to Apostle about just like taking it down a couple notches.
Yeah, all you gotta do is tell him, Nicole. He's gonna respect you.
I've been saying, can we calm down? No. Okay, listen.
You gotta make him respect you. Simple as that.
He's a grown man. I can't make him do anything.
Yes, you can. On your show, you can.
All right, I don't want to get off track.
If you want to be on your show, you gotta respond.
Oh my
You
goodness.
gotta respect you.
Okay, can I then listen? Can I say this? Can I say this? With Ankh right now as a guest, he is talking about evolution and science. So, Apostle, can you show a source to refute the information? That's what we want to stay on track. Remember sourcing up.
Yeah, I use his own source. I use his own source where it says may have been. That lets you know they're not saying for certainty. They don't know. I'm saying common sense. I know what they were doing with the sheep on the boats. Remember, they didn't have women on those boats. So everybody know where that disease came from. And for Wikipedia, him to pull up a Wikipedia article where these white folk are sitting up here lying, not wanting to tell the truth about their people and what they did with animals. They came over here and infected these people over here with smallpox, alcoholism, and everything else. And they brought death to these people, and that's why they are a minority in their own country.
Hey,
they're still living on reservations.
Nepal, can you get him out? He don't got no.
Yeah, I'm out of here, man.
He goes out. He has managers, so he's coming back on his own.
I know, but he lied.
No, hey, Nepal. All you got to do is tell him you appreciate it and you respect it if he don't come back on your show right now.
Yeah.
Don't come back on her show, brother, if she don't want you there, man.
So I didn't say I don't. No. It's not that. He needs to be respectful and just do the information. And he's old. He's an elder. So let's. But
once he put you in the back, you got to stay there until she bring you back up, Apostle.
Yeah, he put himself in the back, so he's not okay. It's not focused on him. I wanted to get back to.
Do you either you want an Apostle to respect you or you don't, Nepal?
No, you can't put her in this situation because you bulldozing her, and she don't want to look unladylike and cuss his ass out like you know she can't. So it's either I got to do it or you got to do it because she's trying to be ladylike, bro.
Right, I got you.
I'm trying to be ladylike, okay? But I would not cuss him out because we're going to get back to this compelling information that you were talking about with the males. That's what I wanted you to get back on.
Well, I got to finish. Now he make it seem like I ain't got no sense, and I don't like that.
You want to bring in Cedric because other people are backstage too. Cedric just came in. If you want me to bring him on,
let me make this point.
Go ahead.
This comes from the Columbian Exchange, right? We did the whole Columbian Exchange, right? I came down to this portion right here with the syphilis, right? I did this. He don't like the word maybe, but he read the damn Bible. It's all full of if and buts, or maybes, or could have been, or might be. I thought I saw it. The whole Bible is full of that. Okay, so we come right here to the history of syphilis based off this article. And then you deal with the available data on it. So now let's see how crazy this man is. So we come down here, right? The origin, they say the history of syphilis has been well studied, but the exact origin of the disease was the source of debate until the archaeological and genetic evidence showed, look, conclusively, it originated in Americas. So now what he gonna say? Syphilis originated in Americas. Ancient DNA shows, but European colonialism spread it widely. So it was the colonial powers that spread it widely. It's another source right here. Ancient genomes reveal deep history of treponemial disease in the Americas. The Journal of Nature. What is he talking about, bro? Who he think he talking to? Running this, he's lost his mind. Here you go. Right here, look, this is it right here. I ain't got to read all this. I mean, who he think he talking to? They always jump up and get beat the hell down for no reason. He didn't have to get beat up. He didn't have to take this. This wasn't for him. This show wasn't for me to make him look like a fool he is, the old fool. And this is what they are, and this is important for this lesson right here. Y'all got to knock it off, man. Like my father used to tell me, son, if you don't know what the hell you're talking about, shut the hell up, because you end up looking stupid with somebody do know what they talking about. Now, he continuously say, I think I'm smarter than everybody. How the hell do I think I'm smarter than everybody? And I pulled up a Wikipedia article. He forced me to go to the Journal of Nature. He forced my hand on that. I didn't start off with that. I knew I had it. I knew it was right there in the Wikipedia article. But this will people who will say, they will say this. People who are anti-science. Here's the joke. Well, you think you know everything. How the hell I think I know everything? Obviously, I don't know everything. It's obvious. Nobody knows everything. It's the fact that I understand that I don't know everything as I know when to shut up. He's the one, the people that are anti-science think they know everything. His bias is in the way. Because he thinks since white people are so evil, Lord knows they had to create all sexually transmitted diseases. They just would have had to. They would have had to. Right. Your senses are letting you down right now. The way you believe is letting you down. When the information clearly says the genome and archaeological evidence clearly reveal that the thing started in the damn Americas. Nowhere else, bro. So I don't know what's the problem. They're humans like everybody else. But no, you ran your mouth is what you did. You have embarrassed yourself and your family. Now let this nigga back on. Let me hear what he got to say about that. After I done gave him 3-4 sources in the let me hear how much his bark is now. Let me hear that. Let me hear the loud. Let me hear you now. What do you got to say now, sir? What is your response to that, loudmouth?
He's gone out of the backstage, but we do have a couple people back there. Do you want me to?
I don't even care at this point because he doing.
We got Cedric. You want Cedric on the panel?
He is a symptom. People like him, they all do it. They do this exact same thing. He's a symptom of a deeper problem in the African-American community, because I'm talking to African-Americans. He's a symptom of a deeper underlying problem in the FBA community. It's something there. They're not ready for the level. This is the level where we use science to quell our biases. What's the bias? That white people did every damn thing, and Lord knows they had to bring a venereal disease. Lord knows it couldn't have been them brown people, sir. It had to have been the white man. See?
But you're not even saying that it's a white or black or native thing. You're just saying it's
Americas.
Yeah, it's that it originated here.
Last time I checked, there are brown-skinned people in the Americas. There's light-skinned people in the Americas prior to any Africans getting there, prior to any colonial people coming there. Last time I checked, the skin map verifies this, because they're under the same conditions as people all over the world. If you're in heavy radiation areas, your skin will be browner. If you're in Canada, your skin gonna be lighter. If you're in South America, in the deep, it's gonna be dark. If you're in Mesoamerica, it's gonna be dark. If you're in Florida, they're gonna be darker than people in Maine, than the natives in Maine and Canada. What the hell is going on? Science requires you to think. The Bible requires you to believe. Two separate things. But you can go ahead and flip on.
And you can separate the two, correct? Like you don't have to just do
They're
one or
not-
the other.
Right. People bring them in opposition. They don't have to be. They can be, I'm a scientist and I'm a religious man when I go home, my family believe in Jesus Christ. When I'm in the lab, I'm a scientist.
Look at these comments. Miss Napa, don't reframe what he's saying. He's drawing a color line. Okay, I do want you to get as much time as you need.
Why do you think he said that's interesting? No.
Yeah, I wanted you to address that. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm drawing a color line.
Yeah.
Well, nature knows no color, right? Joel A. Rogers. He wrote the book. Deep. Nature knows no color line. So humans draw. So he's saying I'm drawing a color line.
You never said the Native Americans gave us syphilis. You said it originated in the Americas.
So then they probably raped Native American women and got syphilis from some of them.
Or whatever. The thing is that you're right. You're right. One thing I do want to say, Ankh.
So
all of us, we're so hypersensitive about race. We need to start being more objective when it comes to the facts and science. We all heard that stuff about sheep, right? You heard that, right?
Yeah.
So anyway.
So here I'm gonna show you. Here I'm gonna give you a basic. I mean, they always just like giving.
But when science comes out and says, "Look, we found the origin of this disease," it was. We gotta be able to say, "Oh, okay." Then I thought. Just like today, again, if just indulge me for like 10 seconds, again, with my children, we were eating something and then my son's like, are there regions of the tongue that can sense certain types of taste like umami and salty? And then my daughter said, no, that was just a myth. Science has discovered that that's not true. So remember that we used to think, oh, the tip of the tongue can taste salt and the back of the tongue can taste sweet, but information updates. So I just want to say that. Go ahead, Ankh.
No, hold on. I'm trying to get.
Okay. And as we sit here and let him catch up with it, he's going to bring up his information. We do. Again, I want to remind you, we have people backstage whenever you're ready. I just want everybody to be respectful, though. I don't want this, he's just bring the sources. Source up or shut up.
But I'm actually teaching, though. You get my point? I'm teaching.
Yeah. Of course.
If you're not up on it, then don't worry. Just learn what you can handle, what you can't handle, spit it out, and use it for another day. It's actually not a big deal. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a cordial thing. It's not a war. It's not a beef. You're gonna know some things, and some things you're not gonna know. Some things you're not gonna be able to comprehend. That's okay. There's plenty of things I don't comprehend and understand. I say it. Well, I don't actually understand that. There's nothing wrong with that. Not at all. The issue is when your opinion is your opinion. Okay, I think everybody has the right to have an opinion, right? But yelling and screaming dead ass wrong at the end, I'm just gonna wait you out like I did. I waited you out to bring the deeper sources. I tricked you. That's why I ain't get mad. I baited you in. I wanted to show you how people do this on a regular. I bait you in. And y'all should know that by now. That I'm starting with Wiki and ending in the journals. That ain't hard to know that. Like, man, y'all act like y'all ain't watched me for years, man. How he let me get him with that one? Come on, man.
But that's another thing about the Wiki thing. I mean, he's doing a presentation. There's sources on Wiki. Like that's all. People always saying, "Oh, Wikipedia," but he's grabbing the sources, the primary sources off the. There's bookmarks, not bookmarks. What are they called? Footnotes. There's footnotes. So I'm not like. I'm really new. I'm neutral, but let's be real, y'all. Come on, Wikipedia.
I want to help them out based off of the basic reading level in the chat. Most people read on a 6th grade level. Yeah, that's about the basic. Yeah, 6th, 7th grade. Seriously, y'all think I'm playing? Look at the average, right? So why would I even bring a high level academic source, so you can just look at it. That is that's the white man's sons. Really? Why not just bring something that I enjoy reading? I enjoy reading encyclopedias. I was raised reading. I read encyclopedias.
Me too. Yeah, me too.
Used to have it, see, any house of worth had encyclopedias, yo. And you can tell.
Yeah. Remember, our parents used to get the salespeople coming over to sell the encyclopedia sets. Remember that?
I know what we're talking about. See, I know what we're talking about. See, so I enjoy Wikipedia and they're encyclopedias. It's just online encyclopedias now. That's where we at. Open source, right? Where certain community people get to participate in it. So I'm not ashamed of bringing an encyclopedia or Wikipedia source. I understand the limitations of Wikipedia. Some teachers don't accept Wikipedia. That's fine in their class. It's not a problem. We got to stop fighting to be ignorant.
Yes, let me drop a bomb for that one. Damn, please let me drop a bomb. They don't even read and they're mad at Wikipedia.
It's in plain English, man. I've always been saying this for years. Start with Wikipedia and end in the journals. So this is my study pattern. I'll read all through the Wikipedia, out of Columbia Exchange, boom, 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 boom. Let me see the history of syphilis, syphilis, read through that, blah, 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 blah. And then I'm ready to upgrade to the next level, which is the Journal of Nature or Live Science. Then I go to the heavy journals. Then I go directly to the scientists. And so what archaeological data do they have? Can I read the field reports? Why would I try to come here and sound all smart and say, Negro, did you read the field report on syphilis? You're going to say, what? No, but did you at least read Encyclopedia Britannica or Encyclopedia Wikipedia? Did you read that? Wikipedia, like encyclopedia. See? Did you at least read that? Very general. Yeah. So why I'm not coming up here to outsmart y'all. See, that's the problem, yo. They forget I'm just a regular guy, man. Regular dude. Then had my bumps and my bruises, but I always could use this though. I could always outthink a person. And whether we was fist fighting while you up there throwing punches, I'm saying, as soon as he throw that hand, I'm gonna step back one step and I'm gonna throw this right hand. And I know it's gonna be there because he getting top. Step back. It's called thinking. You don't just stop, you think. So I've always made him think. So in the middle of him howling and screaming, I say I'm gonna rock him to sleep. I'm gonna let him get loud because I know how to get him. I know he's gonna get loud, he's gonna talk crazy, he won't stop disrespecting you, Nepal. The men that come up on this panel, yo, they supposed to have the best behavior for you. See, they supposed to recognize that you've changed how you address the audience. You getting better at it. I'm getting better at it. You're not wilding out, you chilling, man.
Trying.
Why would he test?
I'm guilty of going off though. I get it. You get pushed to your limit, but I hear you. Thank you.
But that's not the point I'm making. I'm saying we all are working.
Yeah, you're right.
Yo.
Right.
And if doing better, why try to make you not do better? You get it?
Interesting.
If we care about each other as humans, as Black people, then if I see you trying to do better, yo, why? If I see you trying not to smoke cigarettes, why I'm gonna buy you a pack of damn cigarettes, yo?
Damn.
Yeah, because you really hate me at the end of the day. You want to see me get bad. You get pleasure off me doing bad. Right? So everybody in their wildest dreams, they all want to see me do bad. They all want to see you do bad. Oh, I know that nigga getting high. I know he getting high. Somewhere secretly here in the back getting high. You want me to get high? Niggas wouldn't even known I got high until I told y'all.
Yeah, you shared that, and I appreciate you. I do want to give you a compliment, Ankh, let me do this. You know, you got to take your flowers. One thing about you, even though there are things that people may not agree with you about, even me myself, but you never are pretentious. You're right. That's a sign of high level intelligence. People want to say, oh, well, he doesn't know this or he doesn't have this degree. If you don't know something, you go and find out the information. I love that about you. You never pretend. And that is something that lets me know, okay, this person is on a higher level of intelligence. that is a great thing that you do. So I wish more people would do that. Just be like, okay, I'm gonna find it out. So when you do bring information, Ankh, it is definitely hard to refute it, if it can even be refuted at all. So I want to say that about that. I do want to, I'm sorry to stop your flow, but I do have a bunch of people in the back, especially one of your pseudo killers. I want to let Cedric and Moses and everybody up, but yeah, and Apostle said listen, Apostle, you get very passionate. The information that Ankh presented, it looked like it was solid. So if you have information, like I said, how Ankh goes and gets information, he researches it and comes back swinging. If you have information showing that syphilis did not originate in the Americas, please, Elder, feel free to bring that. But all the name calling and telling him he thinks he's smart, that's projection. He is smart, obviously.
I want to fight to be smart, though. We should all, as African Americans or FBA, whatever you, or as a Black Hebrew Israelite, or as a pretendian, or whatever you think you is. Let me take back the pretendian. If you think you're Native American, at least be an intelligent Native American. I think intelligence is what we actually seek, right? Emotional intelligence. That's what the youth is missing. A person will say something to a younger guy, right? And then he trying to shoot you because the emotional intelligence is not there. His conflict resolution is not there, man. So we need to work on our intelligence. It's okay to be intelligent. It's okay for Black women to date intelligent men. You don't gotta always date the gangster. Not saying that you do, but I come from an environment where you the women look at the niggas with the big cars a little bit more, or the slick dress dudes, or you know what I'm saying? It's got something to do with the danger, but I'm here to say, bro, that ain't what it is. Go for somebody that's intelligent and is smart enough to know, let me stay with her because I got her pregnant. Let me help raise my kid. And
damn.
With her.
Gotta drop the bomb.
That's called intelligence, because guess what? That baby she's carrying my gene pool. She's carrying my everlasting life, because maybe the baby she's carrying may have babies that will have babies that will hold babies, and thus I never die because my genes is still there. So
this is something they don't think of, though. They don't think like that.
Hey, guess what? If I can get it after all I've been through, everybody in the audience can get it. And guess what? Being scientifically literate does not mean you quote unquote lose your damn religion, yo. It don't mean that. It means you learn that the sun didn't just go va-va-voom, or the earth ain't 6,000 years. You still may believe in God, but you say God made it, you know what I mean, 4.2 billion, whatever the hell. The universe started 13.7 billion years. Just say God did it. But your head.
And don't forget, we're not the same as when we first. We've evolved as a species. They don't believe that. A lot of people, and I'm saying for the Bible believers that say,
stop evolving. So let me tell you what scientific literacy is, and then let everybody speak. Let me at least give you that.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
That's my man right there. Lone Wolf. I call it Lone Wolf. Put that on there.
Oh, Zion. Yeah.
No, I call him Wolf. I call him the warlord. He's the warlord. Go ahead.
Zion warlord.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which one is it? Okay, I see it. All right.
Okay, so let's get right here. This is from the National Science Education Standard. This is 1996, Chapter 2, Principles and Definitions, National Academy. Dr. Oyama Yacht, she goes there and she speaks regularly. If you don't believe me, you know I got it. So right here, scientific literacy. See if I can make it a little bit bigger for you.
Can we blow it up? Yeah, I was going to ask you if you could blow it up on the right. Great. That's great.
So scientific literacy is the knowledge and understanding of scientific concepts and processes required for personal decision making. So let's stop right there at the comma. Scientific literacy is the knowledge and understanding of scientific concepts and processes required for personal decision making. So basically, the more scientific literacy you are, the better decisions you will make in your life. Let me continue. Participation in civic and cultural affairs. Is this not big for us? So the more scientific literate you are, the better you are prepared to deal with your cultural practices and civic duty. Cultural affairs, participating in civic duties. So you ain't just running out there like a nut for any old cause. You start to understand, and watch this. This is the big one. Look, in economic productivity. Once again, economic productivity, meaning you know what to do with your damn dollar. Should I buy these Jordans today? Or should I put $10 a month away and maybe 6 months later get the Jordans, and it didn't stop me from paying my rent or
my bills
and my gas bill?
Mm-hmm.
How many pairs of these should I buy? Should I invest this in maybe Bitcoin? Maybe I should instead of buying my kids 3 pair of Jordans, maybe I should buy 1 pair and invest the rest in Bitcoin. And by the time they come of age, they got some money.
Wow, yeah, that's great.
But see, it's economic productivity. Okay, so that's simple. That's all I'm asking out of y'all. And y'all fight me, and all I hear you say, and I'm gonna finish with this. The worst thing you can say to me, but that's the white man's science. You come with the white, you're an agent. I say, no, I'm a free agent.
Mm-hmm.
Science does not belong to white people. And the fact that people would say that shows me that you are ashamed of yourself. You're not only ashamed of yourself, you give credit to a group of people that don't even fucking deserve it. White people do not deserve to have science all to them damn selves. I teach a class, I teach a lecture. Let me clarify it up. I lecture at Morgan State. They pipe me in and I give a little lecture. Southern University, give a little lecture. Pick up the Dr. Oya Mayan. Conscious ingenuity. She's doing the STEM for real. And I talk to them, okay, about science and science literacy and the origin of STEM, safely fixed in Africa. So you can't say it's the white man nothing. It's a human endeavor. It has been through time and everybody got a chance to add on to it. So educate yourself, right? Educate yourself through your ignorance and stop fighting with your ignorance. I'm done. You can open up the panel. He won't answer that question though. He in the chat talking, but he won't bring no source, no archaeological evidence and genetic evidence to say that syphilis didn't start in America. That you won't do. So from now on, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget this. Whenever I see a Apostle, whenever I run into him on one of these panels, I'm gonna say, yo, you got that source, yo? You got that archaeology and that genetic material paper on genetics to prove that syphilis didn't start in America? Every time, yo, I'm on your head, Apostle, and I'm not gonna move away from that till you say, you know what, yo, I was wrong. There we go.
Wow. And again, it's all about the information. It is not a personal situation, Apostle. So please don't make it personal. I guess I want to thank you, Ankh. This is great information. While you were talking about scientific literacy and how it makes our lives better, those are great points. You know what I was thinking about? The current thing that, and I don't want to get into talking about it with the ice girl. I just want to make a point about science. When they are like, why did he do this? And why did he do that? Or why did that happen? Even if you're scientifically literate, right? You're going to know that a car that's almost a ton of metal could really hurt a person, whether you mean to or not. I'm talking about the lady driving. Like, you're going to make better decisions, right? That just came in my mind for some reason. Like, if you understand science more, you're going to make better life choices. So I absolutely appreciate you doing this, Ankh. I know you teach it over there on the Community of Skeptics. I know you do it on Dr. Ma'at's channel and Pseudo Killers. But this right here, what you're doing, this is something we need desperately to be repeated over here. We got to stop with I agree. We got to stop with the white man this, the white man that. So I just came in to give my stamp of approval. Go ahead.
I want to say hi to Afro Hair Science. Serious sister, another serious sister in the community, man. She always showed me love, always been one of my biggest supporters, you know, whether it's, you know, bringing me to Cleveland, Shout out to her, man. Her endeavors, man. She's a businesswoman. She first helped her community. She also helps communities in Africa. Her and sister Juju with a program they put together over there, man. That's all inspiring to me. So I appreciate when they say, you can't keep it unless you give it away.
Hey, yo, let me say something to you, brother.
Mm-hmm. What's up?
And Nepal, you can fall back on giving them too much kudos. You're giving them too much kudos. Don't give them too much props.
Okay, baby, 1 second.
No, I'm only joking. I'm only joking. But let me say this
Malik Tinney, honey, I got to tell this person back. Malik Tinney, turn on your camera. Go ahead, sa.neter.
Okay, I got to say this real quick. Apostle called me about 5 minutes ago, and I was agreeing with Apostle.
I was wondering if it's okay.
I was agreeing with Apostle.
So
he
tricked you?
Huh?
He tricked you?
No, he didn't trick me. I was agreeing with Apostle, and I told him I'm going to come on and tell you that you were wrong. But before I did that, I said, nah, let me go check the facts. And you were right, brother. It was the Europeans got it from the Americas. You were right. That's all Apostle had to do is go and do the fact check. So I just checked it, Apostle. I told you I was going to come up here and correct Ankh. But before I did that, I did the smart thing. I said, let me go and check this and look it up. And Ankh was right. They got it from the Americas, bro. Yeah. They had that. America had it way before the Europeans even came in there.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's a sign of intelligence. You went and checked it out. You see, we're looking for people to have a bunch of doctorates and PhDs. Yeah, that is also a definite sign of intelligence. But when you go and double check the information, that lets me know, okay, this person is on a serious level. So thank you. Ankh, did you want to say something before I go ahead and bring everybody back, everybody in?
Bring it back on. As long as they keep it on science. Yeah.
Excuse me, Nepal.
Who's that?
It's only, I work in a government facility. Is it okay if I keep my camera on?
Yeah, but all you have to do is just meet out for a second, and then I'll call on you. Go. Thank you for asking. I just need to see you in the back because we get a lot of, for security reasons and people. Go ahead, Cedric. What would you like to add? Thanks for joining, and then I will get to everybody else who's been patiently waiting in the back. Cedric, what would you like to add?
Peace, Nepal. Of course, a great decorum. And Brother Ankh, I jumped up here to be a little bit of bodyguard initially because Apostle was getting out of hand. And of course, as sa.neter just mentioned,
I baited him in. Yo, watch how I did it. Pepper them with man.
So let's debunk this myth once and for all, because it's part of what we do. Ankh was absolutely right, but let's deal with the exact claim that Apostle made. The idea that syphilis come from sheep is a popular urban legend, but current scientific evidence tells a different and much more complex story. The sheep claim is mostly myth. There is no scientific evidence that syphilis come from sheep to humans. This belief likely persists for 3 reasons, right? So without going into it in detail, right there, you understand that while Ankh is attempting to present scientific information first, our good brother hits him with a complete non sequitur to the conversation Ankh was having. And we're having a scientific conversation and he brings in an urban myth. If this isn't evidence that our good brother is outdated and no longer has any type of say in these type of conversations, then now it is evident, right? Because the argument itself was completely utter ridiculous. It's an urban myth. There is not even a zoonotic jump. The fact is, syphilis is a common virus, a common bacteria that is germane to humans. It belongs to us, always have and always will. Our modern form of syphilis that is on our skin is JAWS, right? Humans naturally carry bacteria on their skin. Your immune system always keeps it in check, right? Syphilis developed thousands of years ago, and as a matter of fact, in the Americas. So that conversation is dead.
Well, is that all? I didn't want to interrupt you.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
And I appreciate you bringing that fact up. That is, it is a disease organs contract. So I get it. Thank you, Cedric. Let's move on to Moses. I know you've been back there, and then we'll get to Rakufu and in order. Moses, what would you like to add? Did you enjoy the presentation or actually the lesson?
Yeah, most def. I really don't push back on any of Ankh's scientific information, only when he associates us with, the straight-haired people, with the Asians, the Europeans, the Indians. Then I have pushback, but that's not the reason why I'm on here. First, let me say this: Nepal, Ankh, everybody on the panel and people in the chat, ancestors protection be around the Creator's righteous children resurrecting as gods on earth. Nepal, I appreciate you for bringing me up. How much time you gonna give me? You gonna give me a minute to rock with?
Yeah, I'll give you a minute. And I think I don't know what happened if he had tech difficulties, but Ankh dropped off. Hopefully he'll come back.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll give you. Let me see. You have some slides in the back, right?
Yeah. Because I gotta show sources with Ankh. You know how that is.
Okay, well, go ahead. Let's get started and try to get through them at least a minute. And if you need a little bit more time, I don't want to, because people waiting. But yeah, go ahead. I'll put up this one that you want me to present right now, the first one.
Is that the first? Yeah, it's the first one. All right. So I'm gonna start my clock right after right after I reiterate what Ankh's show is about. It says Ankh, the God Killer, speaks on evolution, human apes, and everything scientifically, the Bible. Okay, so now I'm starting my time. All right, so my thing with Ankh is he has a name that's associated with East Africa. So I wanted him to look at the Bible and see where it's taking place. And I know a lot of people have already seen these slides, but I don't really get a chance to talk to Ankh. But as you can see, Ethiopia at one time at least around the 1600s, you see that it was most of Africa. And then in this next verse in chapter 2, you see that Assyria is mentioned, and there's the territory of Assyria. So now let's go to the next slide, Nepal. All right, so I'm showing this slide because this territory, Canaan, the Bible further goes on to say in Genesis chapter 13 that biblical Abram had settled in the land of Canaan. The reason why this is important for somebody.
Hold on. I think 1 second. Just pause your time. Is that you, Ankh, who's saying something?
I'm back. What the hell? Did I drop off into a distant galaxy somewhere with the Bible just popping out nowhere? What in the world is
No, he asked if he could show these slides. It's only going to be 30 more seconds.
No, he was gone, man. I got to start all over again.
No, you don't. I've seen it.
He doesn't want you to.
Okay, so hold on, Nepal, just to make sure. What did I say at the very beginning?
You said that all the area was called Ethiopia. I don't know how that's germane to this conversation.
I'm sure. Listen, he didn't hear everything that I said, Nepal. I reiterated what your show is about. Your show says Ankh the God Killer speaks on evolution, human apes, and everything scientifically opposed to the Bible. And the point that I'm trying to make is somebody with a name like Ankh that is associated with East Africa should be able to explain the Bible to his people from a scientific standpoint. And you don't. So I'm here to show you how you deal with people like Apostle so that you don't have to keep going back and forth with him on stuff because he don't understand the Bible from a scientific standpoint. So now let's go back to the slide that shows Canaan.
Well, give me 1 second, Moses. As much as I don't mind showing it, but he is a guest and this is his presentation, his show. So if he doesn't want me to show the slides, you can come in and do your whole show. You can do a show. So the
only reason I'm showing slides is because Ankh is all about sources, and I'm trying to show him sources, but he don't want to see them, right? You don't want to see no sources, Ankh?
That's not a source.
I'm not finished though. You cut me off before I even made it a minute. You cut me off before the minute was up.
Right. I didn't want to dirty up my presentation.
I'm not dirtying up nothing. You're not giving me a chance to show people the science in the Bible.
Not fair.
You can
I don't play fair.
Yeah, let's not. He doesn't want this. He wants us to be just.
There's no science in the Bible, bro.
But you're not even letting me show that to you.
I don't got you because the answers is already. We have already answered those questions.
But that's a falsehood. That is a falsehood, and you can't prove it's false if you don't even know the information that I'm getting ready to show you.
You don't know the information.
Okay, all right, let's do this, Ankh. Since you don't want me to show no slides, let me ask you this question. As a person with the name Ankh, which is a name that is associated with East Africa, do you or do you not agree that the Greeks obtained their knowledge from Kemet?
Not all of it, some of it.
All right, okay, now you say some of it. Now you say, okay, cool.
Enough of it, though.
Okay, all right. So you say some of it, right?
Yeah, right.
So based on that answer that you gave, the Greeks getting some of their information from Kemet, it says that the Greek philosopher Annas, I can't pronounce the dude's name, but this dude has the philosophy or the hypothesis of panspermia, which is the beginning of all evolution on this planet. They learned that from Kemet, that they got that from East Africa. Our ancestors in that territory were studying astronomy. So that's where the whole hypothesis of panspermia starts from. So do you disagree with that part?
No, that's incoherent. I don't understand nothing what you're talking about now.
And then the reason why you don't understand, because you won't let me show no sources.
No, I don't understand that. I don't know what you're talking
about. So can I show a source for panspermia?
18th century term, and talking about the Nile Valley, which is a 4,500 BCE civilization, bro. Like it's the most ridiculous thing known to man right now.
But Ankh, that's you're being incoherent. You're acting like I'm saying something that don't nobody know. You just said that you just said that the Greeks got some of their knowledge from Kemet, and now you're acting like you didn't say that.
And people got stuff from the Greeks and from the Romans, and it all leads to right now we'll be looking in your face saying, yo, knock it off.
So you're telling me to knock it off, even though you know that Kemetic people studied astronomy. And so you're basically telling everybody on this platform that the understanding of life on this earth did not begin with panspermia. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying is I don't know what you're talking about. It's incoherent is what I'm saying.
And the reason why you don't know what I'm talking about, I tell you what, why don't you look up where the subject of panspermia started? And you tell me where the Greeks got that understanding from.
What's that got to do with the Bible?
Because that's what the Bible is talking about, and you won't let me show no sources to even.
I don't feel like
okay, all right, I'm gonna need to move on. Let me please at least show this man.
As I said, Moses, it's not about me. It's about his show and having respect for the person who takes their time to come in. But you, Moses, you can come in tomorrow if you want and do the whole presentation and address it. So, but you're more than willing to stay on the panel, and if you have questions about things that come up. But I do want to move on to let's see.
Just remove the Bible from your subject. You got the Bible and don't even talk about the Bible. And if you don't want to see no sources, that's all I'm saying.
Let's move on to Suntan. Has his hand up? Suntan, do you mind turning on your camera? I know some people have their cameras off, but y'all, if you can have your camera on, turn it on. That's per sa.neter, not even me. I'm leaving mine off because y'all see me all the time. So, okay, let's do this. Suntan. Thank you, Moses. Suntan, what would you like to add?
Hey, Paso, do you got a soul show for you talk to me?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, go get that soul.
Okay, great.
I got it. I don't have to go get it. I got it.
Yeah, go.
Do we want to? You want to skip Suntan and move on to him?
Let me do mine real quick. Hey, love you, bro. All right, I got a fun fact for you. Fun science fact. When you did your analogy about quicksand, did you know, this is a fun fact, did you know that you can't sink to the bottom of quicksand?
No, why? Talk to me.
All right, here you go right here.
All right.
Present that for me, Nepal. This is a fun fact for you,
Let's see here.
Because I learned a lot from you, big brother, little brother.
Right. Okay, there it is. I think, Apostle, can we take yours down?
Yeah, I already took it down.
I don't see.
Who put it back up? I took it down myself. I don't know who put it back up, but I took it down.
That's okay. Let me put it. All right.
Keep doing that
well, what's going on here?
I don't know. I took it down again.
You took it.
Okay.
That's not my real source that I want to show.
That's not you. That's mine.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Delusional.
Okay, you ready? The body will not fully sink in quicksand because humans are less dense, about 1 gram LM, then quicksand, and around 2 GM LM, causing you to float, usually only sinking to your waist or to your chest, but you can get trapped in it by the thick sand mixture that becomes harder to move as you struggle, potentially leading to death, exposure, hypothermia, or tired by not being swallowed. I just thought I brought that because you had brought up something about you brought up Uncle an analogy with quicksand, meaning that somebody, if they ain't got their stuff together, they'll just sink.
Yeah, you singing.
Yeah, but you didn't know that you can't really sink people. That's a myth. Then when they show the cowboy movies and the hand be up and they be sinking in quicksand.
Okay, just make you think you can sink all the way. I got you.
Yeah, but you can't. That's it. Keep on teaching, man. I find it enlightening, man. Keep it up.
All right, appreciate it.
Thank you, Elder Suntan. Now let's move on to Rakufu. We have a couple other people. Let me take this down. Rakufu, thanks for waiting. What would you like to say about the lesson we had today with Ankh? I think he's gone. He's not here. My bad. Okay, moving on to Rebel Ra, and then I see you, Ashe. Rebel Ra, peace, brother.
Hey, blessings every time. Yeah, Apostle. Y'all get a captain problem tonight. Bless you up every time, you don't know. And yeah, man, bless up yourself, Napar and everybody else, the one called Suntan, the one called Matrini Bridging up in the corner there, everybody, yeah, man. The fans, them, and everybody in listening same way, Ankh, I want to give you a little wrestling, probably you terminology, how you said it, probably that's not how you probably really want to say it. But I going off of your balance when you normally say Darwin couldn't have known everything, so there have to be stages to understanding and knowledge.
Of course, yeah.
So when you mention about the creationists, I'm not a creationist, but when you say they were wrong,
yeah, it was wrong.
I wouldn't say they were wrong, but in that time they were using their thoughts to try to make up a story. Because it's not like they had a test or something and they were like, hey, which is the right or the wrong answers? I mean, they kind of made up stories. Different cultures made up their stories as they go along to prove to themselves like their understanding of the environment and what they lived in. So to say they were wrong, I wouldn't really agree with you, but that's not a big problem. And I just wanted to know like why you say they're wrong.
Oh, because they wasn't trying to they wasn't trying to be scientific. It wasn't no modern science yet. The tools wasn't there yet. None of that was there. They had to have empirical data on where to find water from, how to make their clothes, how to shelter themselves, how to make they stone tools. That's empirical data, and they would pass that on through word of mouth. So they had that down. They was Trump tight with that. Right? That's
question.
It was on top.
Question.
Well, hold on. But for the things that we understand now, it takes instruments.
Right.
You get it? Like in certain star systems we can see. Why would you like it's like saying they had jet planes. Wait a minute, they haven't even invented asphalt yet.
So let me tickle your brain a little bit. Because I like to do that. So let's say Newton, hey, apple hit him on his head, and he started studying gravity. Did gravity exist before he started observing and realizing what's going on? Or because I know science is the study of our surroundings and collecting data and stuff like that.
You just hit it on the head. Everything that we talk about now pre-exist humans, bro, for billions of years. So we trying to catch up to nature, bro. Nature is teaching us something every single day. But if you don't have the aptitude or the fortitude, if you don't have the tools, you won't. Hell, star system's been out there forever. since the Big Bang. The natural elements, you know, the heavy elements produced by stars, first generation stars, second generation stars, right? These stars are element producers. That's been there before humans.
So would you say science is really nature in itself, but the scientific part comes in when we interact with nature, studying it, observing it, and recording it?
Yeah, the knowledge
because
always
science is always, you know what I'm saying to you, in a sense, science is always there, whether we observe it or not. It really doesn't have the limit, like, well, gravity starts with Newton.
No,
you know what I'm saying to you? So
the understanding of gravity starts with Newton.
Right.
He produced the law. Einstein produced the theory of gravity. It always was there, always was around affecting us, just like rain, right? Just like diseases. How about diseases? We thought diseases came from swamps, dirty, bad. It's called bad air.
I'm good, babe.
You know what I'm saying? Like we always thought that. So all the stuff we talking about was there. So it's not that science is all, because science in itself is a modern thing. Remember, philosophy predates science. Naturalists, but Charles Darwin wasn't a scientist per se. He was a naturalist. So out of philosophy gave rise to naturalists, and out of naturalists gave rise to science. Just so happens to occur in modern times. You get it, right? So it's progression. So the thing that irks me the most is that we will not allow people to look like me and you to develop. You know what I'm saying? Like we want to make them skip. There's no skipping in nature. Nature make you stay true to yourself. There's no getting around it. Guess what? No matter who we think we are, right? We know who we are. Each individual person know when you stole that thing or did this or did that, or when you told the truth. You know if you don't understand something. You might not tell everybody else, but you know. You know what I'm saying? I always understood this. This is one of my greatest assets.
So you are the king of evolution, so to speak, advocation of the highest credential. Do you go with that theory of endosymbiosis?
Endo what? I don't even know the word you're saying. What's he saying?
Okay, it's technically where the cells, like, you got a whole cell,
okay,
which was one so-called prokaryote, and there you go with cyanobacterium and all of that stuff to make chloroplast. And you got the mitochondria, which the cell engulfed to make, humans and the powerhouse of the cell, blah, blah, boo. So
you skipping a lot of steps there, boy. You talking about cell development, how they divide, how cells divide.
No, I'm saying before the cell starts to divide into mitosis and all of that, meiosis and all of that other stuff.
Okay.
I'm talking where evolution kind of started course, where there were bacteria, bacterium, and a host cell. And you have, go ahead.
Eukaryotic, bacteria, and archaea.
Right, but the prokaryotic, before they came to eukaryotics, they were prokaryotics swallowing the mitochondria, which now the host that swallowed the bacterium, which is the mitochondria, which was foreign to the cell, now became symbiotic with the cell. Now it became part of the cell. It helps the cell, and they work together.
Because it gave it an advantage.
Right. So, I mean, science have traces of that, but there's a theory that explains symbiotic theory, but I really don't go with it too long because
symbiotic theory.
The cell always tries to kick out alien to itself, and it's like how these things became just part of the cell, but became the central point of the cell.
So there's a misconception.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Let me move on to let other people address what
y'all don't hear that?
Yeah,
Cedric. I think. All right, go ahead.
It's one of our island brothers. I'm gonna blame you.
It's all good.
I got this source on Nepal if I can show it.
But I do want him to see. Yes, thank you, Zaquan. We're going to get to that. I do want to get to. I'm going to let Ankh reply to that. That's a bit of a complex conversation there, but you want to reply to that, Ankh, and then I can get to the rest of the panel. And we can get to the simple stage. Okay, before I do Apostle, which let me just please get the people like Ashe who didn't say anything, and then we will get to you, Apostle, because I know that's going to take a long time, and so I just want Ashe to get in. He probably wants to say something to Ankh about his lesson today. Thank you. Go ahead, Ashe.
Thank you. I'm gonna probably say this a slide right off.
Okay.
I was just a couple things. When the brother, I think you said you were quoting somebody. I don't remember who you said. You said you made a statement along the lines of nature draws no color lines. That statement is false. That would be a false statement.
That's a book.
Well,
you understand what it is, though?
Hold on 1 second. That's fine. I understand.
How you doing? Hold on. How you doing, brother? No,
how you doing? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing pretty good, man.
I'm all right. I appreciate
you. I got the you up here like this.
I got you like that on your thing. Go ahead. It's part for the cause. I just want to.
No, it ain't even like that. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, even book titles and quotes by our scholars can be a little bit misleading because there are definitely color lines in nature. I gave the example in the comments of like even per se like lions, and within lions, the more melanated lions. This is a fact. It's not me being Negro-centric or anything, if you would, for lack of better terms. It's just a fact that the lions with darker colored manes, they attract the more mates, and that's a sign of dominance and superiority. And the ones with the lighter colored manes, of course, that's a sign of inferiority. This is just a fact. And second thing I want to touch on, when it came down to the reading level, you were absolutely correct when it came down to the average American read on the 8th grade level. So I was studying, as he was going on, I was studying like, why was that? And that was because the 8th grade level is generally where you're going to get all of your reading basics down pat. You know, this is utilized within, like, when you go to your bank, when you're reading ads. This is what I was getting from source. Actually, from AI, I meant. And it's saying, like, you know, when you see like your banking, your local ads, your commercials, the things that you're going to interact with on a daily basis, they target that 8th grade reading level because it's not super duper complex. So I looked into the books that were featured within this 8th grade reading level. I was like, so what would be the books? And it were things like Percy Jackson, and a couple other those more mythological books, The Outsiders. In these books they have some big words sometimes, but it's just very literal and it kind of gets straight down to the point. When I looked at those higher educational books like 11th and 12th grade, you see this is when they step into the Beowulfs. They get to giving you more of the Odysseys and things of that nature. So it gives you the philosophical understanding, gives you the symbolic things that you might not necessarily need in life. But if you're going to be on panels like this, you definitely going to have to be the higher level of reading.
Yeah, that was my point was that, and I'm glad you brought that. I'm glad you say I wasn't even trying to insult nobody. Especially when your banking information is written at that grade level, 8th grade. See, I wasn't, but see, you have to read, right, and comprehend that to know I wasn't even throwing a shot. So my point was, why would I bring something up past that? When most of us, including myself, read at that level. It's okay, bro. You get it? Appreciate that, though, man. I don't even know if I want to argue with you over nature knows no color. I think I want to let that ride.
All right, brother.
Great. Yeah, that's a great point, both of you. I'm glad he came in and even gave some information about the more, like the higher literacy. So, and I also love that Ashe said this, Ankh. When we come into an environment with peers, we don't want to be the inferior one, right? We want to, everybody tries to step their game up, correct? We want to learn.
Step game up.
Yes, moving right along back to Apostle, and he's got some sources now. He says, you can definitely go ahead and share your stuff, Zaquan. You don't need me to, you have the operational manager. Okay, go ahead. And I will keep some order. No, please, no name calling. I don't want to sound, you guys are grown men, but Just Apostle, please try to keep it about the information, Zaquan, and I appreciate you. Go ahead.
Excuse me, I wasn't the one calling names. I did use the word Negro, but that's not calling somebody a name.
All right, sir. Great.
Right?
I hear you.
Let me say this also. At no time did I disrespect you, Nepal.
I never, Apostle, don't worry about me. I got you. Listen.
No, I'm saying that.
Don't worry. Thank you. And I appreciate you. Now, I want you to stay focused on what you're doing, and you are good. You're good. I'm good. You're good. Go ahead. Go ahead.
But I have to say, Unc said that. And the chat and said I was being disrespectful. At no time did I curse or use profanity.
Leave it in the back, baby.
Well, let me say this now that see, this is how Ankh said he knows me a little bit. Now you're putting me up on here where I got to say this. What we're talking about is when I say, can we go forward? I know I'm not sa.neter and I know you respect me, but if we could go forward, let's just go forward. That's what he meant. So please, Zaquan, get to the syphilis stuff, my elder, please, my friend. Go ahead.
I understand, but then you did ask me to put
get to the information.
That's your source right there, bro. You know, we done moved past. That's your source.
See, now you see.
Yeah.
So, it pulls out on Wikipedia.
That's your source, yo.
I did the same thing.
Okay.
I pulled up on Wikipedia.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, and now he wants to talk. He wants to kick my source, but I can't kick his source.
Urban myth. Thank you.
You know,
go ahead and read your source, Zaquan.
I'm trying to blow it up so I can see it.
Yeah, go to the top, right.
It says the first occurrence outbreak of syphilis in Europe occurred in 1494. 1494. That's the year Christopher Columbus came to America. Also in Naples, in Italy, during the French invasion. So the French are Europeans.
What's the date, sir?
It says 1494 to 1495. And it was the French. Now, I understand.
You reading, sir?
Yeah. It says because of it was spread. I'm reading on my TV. Geographically by the French troops returning from their campaign, and disease was known as the French disease. Now the French did come to America during the Revolutionary War, but perhaps they're the ones that spread it to the Indians.
Did this man just say perhaps?
So now I got Cedric running this mouth. I got all these people talking where I should be the only one talking.
I know.
Right?
Go ahead and read it, yo.
I should be the only one talking.
Yes, sir.
But it's something about facts. And when you show facts, how people act.
What?
Okay? So here we got this disease being called the French disease. And the French are Europeans. They went out throughout the world, conquering and being just annihilating people. So they come back to Europe, and then they spread their filth in Europe. At the same time, just so happening, Christopher Columbus, who did not get off the ship nor discover America, but he discovered the islands surrounding or supporting near America. But it was the native that gave them the disease. I guess the natives gave them the smallpox.
No.
The natives, I tell you what the natives gave them.
What did they give them?
Corn. Showed them how to grow it.
Okay.
Mace. And then they introduced the natives to alcohol.
How about yellow fever?
smallpox, yellow fever, and all the rest of it. You know, the thing was
dengue, yellow fever.
Now I got all these people talking. The point is, yes, I pulled up an article, that same article in Wikipedia that I pulled up. But I went beyond that article because here it is here. The history
about yellow fever, and you equated that to
well, I don't care what that right now. Right now, I'm dealing with syphilis and how the French. Let me stop sharing this because I got one more thing to share.
No, keep that source
I got one more thing to share, and I'm going to share that. And that's this here. Excuse me. Let me get back to pulling it up.
Goodness.
So we saw that the French did it, but Unc didn't mention them. He only mentioned the Americas. So
what's the source for that?
Let's see. It's Wikipedia, just like your source.
No. I want to do like you told me.
I know. No. If it was good enough for you, it's good enough for me.
Tell me where is the first?
Overview. The first recorded outbreak of syphilis in Europe occurred in 1495 in Naples, Italy, during the French invasion. Now I slid over here and I saw what it said. But then I really thought about it because the French was here in America, down south in Louisiana.
Man, read that right there. It's right.
Yeah, I see what that says there. That's what you said.
No, I ain't say that. What you got say that.
You see? But what I got also say this.
Okay.
Now, what I want to tell you is,
man, come on, bro.
What I want to tell you is, brother, no, I don't hate you.
Both of them. I don't hate you.
No, I don't hate you, like you said I do. I just hate you. The chat said I was jealous of you. You know,
I don't think so.
Which is crazy, but no.
Read the source and stop running away from the dagger.
Stop
nonsense you do it.
Stop it. I'm reading about syphilis. I'm not talking to you, Cedric. I know it hurt. I know it hurt for me to show Unc that I was right. It did start in Europe. Matter of fact, before you can look up and you'll see that the Greeks
read the origins. I dare you to read
Apostle.
Greeks
I'm sorry, man.
Long before the first century.
Read the origins. Stop
so this says origin. This says origin. The other one said origin.
I don't care what the other
now, once again, it's my time to speak.
Read
I
origin.
don't hate
Stop
you.
flim-flamming.
Instead, I don't hate you. I have no reason to hate you.
No, you hate now.
No, I disagree with you.
No, you hate now.
And I will defend myself.
Yeah.
When I first came up, I didn't bring myself up. I was brought up. I was told.
Are you snitching?
I was told. No, I'm not snitching. Oh, see, listen, you see how that go? You see how that go? But I was the one that's supposed to have been big and say, you know what? According to sa.neter, you were right.
No. Why don't you read the overview, though? I'd rather you read the overview, yo.
I read it.
What does it say? The first what, yo?
I read it here.
No, what does it say? The first what?
I'll show it to you again.
No, I'm looking at it. You don't got to move.
No. I'll show it to you again.
Why'd you do that?
So I will show it to you again. Now, you can say the article is true, or you can say the article ain't true. I'm just going to show it to you.
This man took the source down.
Yeah, and I'm going to put it back up.
You know why?
You know why? This is why. This is why. This is why I want to do it, man. You must listen, brother. The first record outbreak of syphilis in Europe occurred in 1494. This is before Europeans came to America.
That's nigga here, man.
This is before they came to America.
This is crazy, yo.
And the Europeans already got it.
Man, dude.
The French are spreading it throughout Europe. That's what this article is saying.
Hey, boy.
But I know I'm wrong. Right?
Yeah, you are. You are, Apostle.
Okay, yeah, I'm wrong.
I got that source right here. Can I read this source, Unc? I got him for you.
Oh, I guess this source don't mean what it means.
Hey, put my source up on the thing, Unc. I got it.
This
I got it.
don't mean what it means.
Not reading it.
That's what we arguing.
You talk
That's what we arguing.
The word wasn't record. The word was recorded. It said
recorded in Europe.
So the recorded, hold on.
In Naples.
What I'm saying, yo.
But what? Did they come to America in Naples?
Listen, there's a difference between the origin of something and the recorded. Yeah, I want you to know that.
Oh, no. Recorded just means recorded. Now you want to fanboozle me.
No,
and talking about the origin.
No, it's not.
Brother, the fact is, in 1494, they hadn't even came to America.
You know what frustrated me the most?
Yeah, what you say out of your mouth. And the fact is, you're from a city that just doesn't know. If it wasn't for Washington, D.C.,
it's crazy, yo.
Baltimore wouldn't have no water pressure. That's the honest truth. You can't afford a lot. You can't afford an airline by yourself. You share it with Washington. You share the basketball team with Washington. You got no national airport.
Come on, man. Getting off the subject.
Please.
I need to come in here.
I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna crash out on it.
Let me let somebody else get in here. Cedric, did you want to say something?
Paul, let me make this statement.
Go ahead, Unc. Go ahead.
I want to listen. Okay, yeah. I would like to I wanted the listening audience to understand something. On that screen, which he refused to read, I don't know why, it said the first recorded case, right? He called it the record. It's okay. I do that all the time. But when they're saying the first recorded case, they're saying that when they actually recorded it and say, oh, this must be something, right? That's different from the origin. That's why if he'd have read the overview, which he refused to do, he just refused to do it. It said the origin of it was in Americas. Now, as they collect these different data points in different time spans back in 14 something, yo, they ain't even know what a daggone virus was yet. That's what I'm telling you. In the 1400s, they didn't know what the disease was. They didn't know what caused it or none of that.
And they didn't know what a white pan was. They didn't even know what a yellow
shut was. Your ignorant ass up. I had enough of you. First of all, you're up here being a fraud. You're up here being a fraud. You're derailing the conversation.
Come on, man, you're messing up the show.
You're refusing to read what you read because you're a liar.
You don't have to do that.
Listen, let him talk.
I had enough of you.
Oh my God. Unbelievable.
Ignorant fool.
Unbelievable.
You're refusing to read it because you know this gambit.
I didn't refuse to read nothing, man.
And you don't have a genuine bone in your body. That's why you can't simply say, you know what? Let me read
I'm defending myself, Paul.
But let him talk one night.
You have the origins on the screen, but
I'm defending myself. But you want to say me out.
Hey, Nepal, could you share my screen? Hey, this is for
I'm not sharing anybody's screen until I say this.
Nepal, please.
No, let me say this, Suntan. Let me say it. Damn it.
Uh-oh.
Please, and it's not about you. See, this is what Uncle, and I'm trying, and it's not. I'm not saying damn it to you. No, let me say it, Suntan, because I'm the host, and I'm not trying to flex. You guys are all fine, but all of this, like 50 people talking, it's a great show. I will let you share your screen, Suntan, but if I'm saying let me get in here, it's because there's a reason.
Okay, go ahead.
Apostle.
Yes, ma'am.
Please, Zaquan, do not. When let's all share the mic and let's take it easy. That's all I wanted to say, Suntan. I'm sorry I flashed out. Just come on. Now I'm going to go back to the person who's doing the show for us. Then I will get to you, Suntan. I want to get some order. I just want to recalibrate. Sorry that I raised my voice at you particularly.
You fine.
Okay, Ankh, to get things back on track.
Good Lord split you.
Yeah.
Everybody go to their corner.
don't
Okay,
hate
go
you.
ahead.
I just disagree with you.
Why are you talking? Okay. I'm just gonna go jump off the top of I'm gonna go to the top of my roof and jump.
No, you don't.
Okay,
Don't do that.
go ahead, Ankh. What would you like to say?
I'm trying to let people know. You got to be careful. Reading is important, right? But comprehending what you read is essential in these conversations, man. At the time, 14, hold on. Wait a minute. I want to get, because he ain't got the document up there no more. Hold on. 14.
Yeah, and do you want to share
1494,
something? Do you
right?
want to screen share? Do you want to screen share something?
94 and 1492. So that's 2 years. Yo, it don't take them 2 years to travel from America to anywhere in Europe, first of all, right? But my point was that the first time that they recorded it, what they thought was that didn't have to be that at all, because one, the theory of disease was not out yet. They didn't know how diseases started. They didn't even know during the Civil War how damn diseases started. They just didn't know that yet. They wasn't there yet. And that's okay. Okay. Now they said the origin of it. Now later on, as we understand about DNA and all that, now we can actually trace the genome of that ancient virus, and they trace it to the Americas. AE, the Journal of Nature. Here you go. Let me share the screen, man. What is he talking about, man? We not doing Wikipedia no more. He ran his mouth. I didn't. He talked crazy.
You want me to remove mine, Nepal?
Yes, but let Ankh share, and let me say, Apostle, this wasn't directed to you in general, but please come back, but just get some decorum. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not saying that to him only. All right, let me fall back. Go ahead, Ankh.
It said, look, an American ordinance for I think this is palladium. It said the study confirms the presence of in the Americas a deeply diverged lineage for all three known palladium subspecies prior to the first Columbian expedition in 1492, man. I ain't gotta keep reading, bro. This is the Journal of Nature, bro. And guess when the date is? The date is published in December of 2024, yo. And you talking about something first time they seen it in 1494? Might not even have been there. And you howling, screaming like a dang fool for no reason. You just wrong, bro. I'm not even expecting you to understand this. I'm not even expecting you to read this whole article right here. I'm not expecting you to look at this. I don't even think you would know what this is. Do you know what this is? No. I want to click on for it. I got him. I'm going to click it. I got him. Yeah. I wouldn't expect you to know none of this. You tripping. I don't even know what the hell it is. So why would I do you like that? But I can read and see what it say. Then I can look that up like everybody should be. But you're not sitting here howling, screaming, disrupting a nice show. I ain't need all that today. Man, I ain't trying to be smarter. I'm just trying to say, yo, you cannot be in a crowded room of intelligent people and get that off like that. It's blackology, bro. It's telling you the genome predates 1492. Papillium, it predates it. Jesus Christ, man. You gotta knock it off. You gotta stop playing, yo. We not playing over here. You playing. You on Wikipedia. You talk so much trash about Wikipedia. I say, I'm gonna up the level on them. And you right back at Wikipedia after you done scolded me for Wikipedia. Man, you play too much, yo. You know what? I just think you like the attention now. Yeah, you like the attention, bro. You know I'm gonna beat you up somewhere in the episode. You're gonna die. You know it. You just like dying in the episode, and then we do another episode. So, bro, you have officially died in this episode. Right?
Can I go?
Yes, you can, sir.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Yes, some can. And then Apostle, you can respond. Thank you so much, everybody, for having decorum. I appreciate it immensely. Go ahead, Suntan. Your
all right, share the screen. Hey, now see, this is the thing. And Apostle, and you know, me and you is okay. I got this off your source. The history of syphilis has been well studied, but extract origin of the disease and the source of the debate and the archaeological and genetic evidence shows exclusively it originated in the Americas. And that's all he was saying. And this your source, Apostle. This was at the bottom of your source. And that's what he was saying, that it didn't originate in Europe, it originated in Americas. And your source says that. That's all I continued to read your source when you put it up there. It was really small. I blew it up and read it. It came out with this an analyst right there. It says it right here, as everyone can see, that it originated in the Americas.
I know, what's wrong with that? Why is that a problem?
Right. Now, I understand that, Suntan. I even showed Ankh's own source sitting right below the source that says about the French.
Right.
It said it started in America. I know it says that. But I'm a rational person.
Oh, you're a rational person.
Now, see, I didn't make a comment while you talk.
You're not irrational, but you did it an hour.
So you show me your decorum. You and that Cedric.
Don't forget.
Right? You and Cedric.
Yeah, don't forget.
No, that's a great.
Yeah, don't forget. Don't forget.
I know better than that. So now, if I can,
now you tough child.
It says in the article, Suntan, that about the French, as in fact it said they didn't know what to call it except for the French disease. It was named after the French.
So what, bro?
Now I can see the wham. Yeah, we see it up here in French, but quote, 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 the Americas did it. So how did the Americas get it? Frankly, how did the French get it? All over on a different side of the world from the Americas. When it says in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
It said it originated.
So I understand how they said it originated. But in 1494, the French got it. They spread it all over Europe. And they're not calling it syphilis. They're calling it the French disease.
I know how to get it, though.
So how the French got it because they're like everybody else in Europe. They're a bunch of nasty people. That's all this story. They live among roaches. That's how they got the bubonic plague, the black plague, and every other plague.
Yeah, man, you just
started in Europe.
Yeah, you just ignorant, yo.
So I know I'm ignorant.
Yeah,
but the fact is, you can't stand it that your own source called it the French. Now, I didn't make that up.
I asked you a question.
You can't explain that away.
What I asked
they called it the French disease.
What I asked you was,
that's what they knew about it.
Why did they call it the French disease, though, bro?
Because they didn't know, because Europe is in the dark at that time. That's the Dark Ages.
So who
they didn't know. They didn't even know that the world was round.
So
they were teaching that it was flat. They hadn't been over here. Really? They hadn't been here to spread anything or to pick up anything. The French was conquering over in Europe. They wasn't in the new country. They came after Columbus. But they got it. That's what they call it, the French disease.
I know. So then
so I sit here and I say, what are these Europeans really doing? And what are they saying to me? On one hand, they're blaming the native population. But then on the other hand, they're saying, well, really the French. The French. See, it's the French. So I'm going to put it this way. Whichever writing you choose to believe it, brother. Don't get on me because the source says the French. Don't get on me.
Okay. Thank you, Apostle.
Disagree.
Thank you. I want to ask you a question, Ankh.
You just ignorant.
When we talk about Wuhan,
you're ignorant.
Okay, I want to ask a question to Ankh real quick, Zaquan. So, Ankh, when we think about,
I'll let you know when I get there.
Man, I'm not
without getting, oh my goodness.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I used to
Apostle.
You know, why you calling me all these names, man? I haven't called you no name.
All right, let me ask you a question about the Wuhan origin of the.
Quite ignorant.
Ignorant on the subject.
Okay, all right.
You're stupid too.
I didn't call
you.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I don't understand. You got a degree to show me.
Do you want to just end? What do you want to do, Apostle? You want to just keep this going until like the end, or what?
I'm responding.
No, I mean I'm trying to say something, and you just are still going. Both of you are talking, and I'm trying to ask a question to you. I did. I'm saying to you, and I'm saying to you first because you're a part of the manager. You're a part of hosting. So I'd like for you to just maybe sympathize with me. No big deal. Or empathize with me. Okay, I want to ask the question to the whole panel, but I want to start with the guest again. So can we look at, like, without saying, we'll say the CVID, which for YouTube purposes. Is the origin of that with the pandemic that we had, we'd say the Wuhan region, right? That the part in China. Is that correct, Ankh?
Yeah.
Like, is that where? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So when we say it originated there, it's not. It's a fact. It's not a theory, correct? We know it originated there.
Yeah, I disagree.
Okay, well, we might as well.
Because the French. How did the French do it? To spread it in Europe.
Can I let him answer those, Zaquan?
Yeah.
Can I get him to answer? Then you can come in. Go ahead.
So it's a hypothesis. It's not they don't have a scientific theory on where they have the scientists they postulate that it's from Wuhan, just like you just said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not a scientific theory though.
But we know that we have facts that it was there. Yeah. I know I'm not talking about theory or hypothesis. It's an actual fact that it originated there. So it is with the information about syphilis. I'm trying to correlate those two. And anybody else can get in here if you want to just join the conversation, because it's kind of going in circles. We know for a fact that it originated in the Americas, because the conversation about who spread it is not the same as where it came from, correct?
No, I disagree.
You're right, Nepal. You're right.
I'm not
hear from
disagreeing with you. I know they're blaming the Americans. I know that. But I know the French got it. And the French ain't been to America.
Okay, I'm going to do this again. And we're going to start with the middle, which is the guest, and then we'll branch out to everybody. Ankh.
Yes.
Is it, before we talk about the spread of it as an epidemic, where did the actual bacteria, what we have facts of where we see the origin of the bacteria?
You're talking about what? The syphilis?
Syphilis. Like, not who spread it, just where's the facts that the epidemiologists found, okay, this is where this started, right? Where did it start?
That's in America, because scantly. The first of all, there is no legions in the pre-Columbian in Europe. They don't find no bodies with none of the legions on it. That's just important, yo.
That's not what that article said.
It's absent in dated pre-1492 European skeleton collections. This is a critical point in the debate, yo. Infection 2002 Harper and Baker, current anthropology. They don't even find it there, yo.
Thank you. Okay. Do you get what he's saying?
Yeah, no, he don't.
They called it the French disease. I know that.
Daquan, stop for a second, please. Let me just get in here. I don't want to I'm not trying to take over, but I want to make a point, and he's making a point. Maybe it could be clear. If you can show us the bacteria being in Europe before it was in the Americas, am I wrong? I'm not an expert on this. If you could get facts on that, or some sources that say, oh, this actual bacteria, syphilis, was in Europe way before the Americas. If you can show that, maybe you would have a dog in the fight, right? Or no?
No, because Nepal, what it shows that the French in Europe got it when they don't even know what to call it. And the French
They got it
been to
well when
America.
they were in the Americas. Okay, Cedric, do you want to get in here?
The French had not been to America.
Yes.
In 1494.
First of all,
Columbus came to America in 1492. The French didn't come to America. They called it. The French was over.
We heard you. I have the floor now. We heard you. Be quiet.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not finished.
Be quiet. You are finished.
Let him just park. Cedric, let him park, and then we'll get to
you. Be quiet and wait. I don't know who you think you is. You ain't no bulldog, man. Look at you.
All right, this is getting.
Stop it, man. No, I would agree, except I'm reading this thing.
You're not reading it, yo.
I'm reading it, and it said the French. This is before they came to America.
You know how they got it, though,
the
right?
French, they're calling the disease not syphilis. They're calling it the French disease.
We heard you. Okay. We heard you.
They're calling it the French disease. Why?
We heard you.
The French,
mute your mic. We heard you.
If you give him 1 second, Cedric, he's gonna keep going if you do that. So let him just park his car.
Look, man, stop trying to act like a bulldog. When you
just don't respond to that, please.
Stop it.
All right.
You don't frighten me.
Okay, Apostle, let me move on to him.
What I'm saying is the French got the disease. They haven't yet been to America. It's 1494, and they are spreading it all over Europe.
Made that up.
Okay, thank you, Apostle. Cedric, go ahead. Thank you, Apostle. Go ahead, Cedric.
Made that up.
Reading is
you read it. I didn't make it.
Please, Apostle, thank you. Go, Cedric, thank you.
Reading is indeed fundamental. If you look at the article that he held up there, it gave a range of dates, 1491, between 1491 and 1495, I think, right? There's a range. Why? Because it's not an exact date. However, now, his whole premise is rooted in a fundamental flaw. He fundamentally believes that this bacteria was transmitted or that there was a zoonotic jump. First of all, if you don't understand the evolution of this particular bacteria, then you wouldn't understand what you're talking about. First of all, it didn't contract it from no sexual encounters with any sheep. So your origins there is fundamentally wrong. This is a bacteria that lives with human. It's just a staphylococcus that lives on our skin. Eventually, over time, based on our changing of environments, it developed into the sexually transmitted form, which became predominantly evident by anthropology and genetics in the Americas. We have Colombian contact from 1492. We have Colombian contact. And when you look at sailors, they are not from a singular nation. People go to the Spanish and Italian ports and they join the ships. They come back and they spread out to their communities. When we see the prevalence of it, when we see that it becomes a problem in society, at that point, the transmission has already taken place. You cannot use an outdated a piece of narrative to argue a modern position. What you're doing is disingenuous because you're fundamentally flawed. You're stuck with an outdated folklore and you think you have some evidence. And just like your failed, your flawed methodology, this is classic confirmation bias. We know what the French said in 14, so what? What does modern science say? And that is where we are. You forgot the subject matter that you're dealing with. Your belief and your outdated nonsense is not relevant when we're having a modern conversation. So your sheep nonsense, which you started with, is outdated, a folklore foundation in modern science. We know that this is a bacteria that developed alongside human being, and it became evident in the Americas. And from there, it spread through contact, through post-Columbian contact. Now, Apostle, just admit that you're wrong, an idiot, a dumb fool, don't know what you're talking about, and get the hell out. out of here and stop wasting our time. You're wasting a good conversation on a moot and irrelevant point that you interjected in the beginning because you were on a non sequitur, which took the whole conversation off of the point that Ankh was trying to make, which was if we continue to kill our young black men because they don't know how to resolve conflicts, eventually our population is going to diminish because all our young men are not reaching the age of reproduction.
That is a good point. I'm glad you brought that back. I do want to say this before we go. Whoever you are backstage, I cannot see you. You need to turn your camera on. I said that because that's how it goes over here. Let me say this. There is a super chat. There is a super chat, and I wanted to, before our guest has been here for 3 hours, I wanted to get to the point about the apes.
Let's get let's move forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get the super chat. But basically.
I would like to read this, Nepal, if I may. Just a quick thing. I ain't gonna read it.
Honestly, I don't want to do this anymore, Apostle. I don't want to keep on going with the syphilis thing.
I should be get to respond to what this dude just said.
No, because you know why? Because you've already responded, and the show is not going to keep going on and on about you. That's the same source that we've been using. If you can find a source,
says it's not an outdated source. It's not from yesterday. It's a modern source, and it says what it says. That's the fact.
What it say, bro?
That's the fact.
What it say, bro?
The first record outbreak of syphilis in Europe occurred in 1994 in Naples.
The word is not record.
During the French invasion.
Word is not.
They named the disease after the French. It was called the French disease.
You already said that, Apostle. You made that point. So I want to move on. And so does the audience.
I'm remaking it because they done laid out the
You already made it many times, and your point has been fully made. People hear everything you said. I want to move forward, and we can talk about other things. You can talk about other things. You're here to talk about other things. So I sounded like Donald Trump a little bit there. Talk about other things.
They both just got slapped in their faces. That's
Nepal.
So now, I don't know what's going on with the screen when you took that down, Apostle. Maybe you can fix it because it is jacked up now, and I can't even fix it. So now, okay, listen, let's go forward. I will get the super chat.
Can I say something to Paul?
Yes, you can.
He keeps misreading that word. It's not record.
No. I ain't misread nothing.
Word is record.
It doesn't matter. I didn't misread nothing.
The word is record. That's
right. First case report.
Right.
So,
Apostle,
let me answer this. So the question is, why France? You know what I mean?
Why you still flaming?
Why France? Why did they name it the French thing? Because it came through the French. So it spread through French troops participating in Italian wars. I'm going to say this again, bro.
Not here in America.
Look, I'm not talking.
You're going to let him have the whole mic, right? Just please. I mean, people in the audience, at the end of the day, I'm going to be called a woman when I crash out. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to ruin the entire thing, and I don't want to. Stop, please, interrupting him. Please, Apostle, I'm begging you. You have a whole manager. You can do 1,000 shows on this, Elder. Just let him speak. I implore you, please, Apostle. Go ahead, Ankh, and then we'll kind of keep some order. I'm not saying you don't have to talk. You can't talk, Apostle, but please let him say the whole thing. Please, go ahead, Ankh. And then we'll move on to the apes. Thank you so much, Apostle. Go ahead.
The word French in France seems to put him in a state of mind that he can't handle or comprehend it. It said recorded, meaning the first time they recorded seeing this particular pathogen, the French. But it was French troops participating in what? In Italian wars. Why is this important? Why is the date important? 17, what is it? What the hell? You got 19. What is it? 19. When the hell did Christopher come over here? When did he come over? He made me.
He came over here in 14. What you saying? It doesn't make sense. But go ahead and say it.
1492.
Say it.
1492, right? Who was Christopher Columbus? Who financed his voyage?
Spain. Spain
did. Spain.
Oh, I thought Spain did.
He's Italian.
He is Italian, but it's Italian. They wouldn't do it. Spain did.
No, but they all mix back and forth.
Yeah, they're all Europeans. Okay, so they are Europeans.
Point here. Columbus. So they had different troops that end up going to the Americas, and I'm saying they come back, yo. They and these different soldiers and different.
No, you're wrong. You're lying. You're lying on the information.
I would so love to move forward on this.
You know what, yo, you're a motherfucking bitch. You're a nigga to me.
Okay, and you know what, Ankh, you got it. You got this. This is the thing. This is a great show. He's just trying to teach, but listen, the point that listen, what he was talking about with the males, that is some deep. Listen,
I don't want to hear now. I'm crashed out now. You're all.
No, you're not crashing out. Listen, Ankh, stay here. Wait. You're teaching. Let me say this. You were on some scientific stuff about the behavior. You were on some science about the behavior.
Fuck that science. I'm going.
Look at you.
No, come on. Don't do that. Please, I'm begging you. Don't do that. Apostle, can you please leave? If you could leave the panel, if you can't do. This is a great show. Isn't it weird? Isn't it weird that?
Believe that. I'm not responsible.
In your mouth, you gonna have
Can you leave the panel, Apostle? Can you leave the panel?
But
thank you. Can you please leave the panel, Elder? Can you please just leave it? Thank you. I'm not going to remove you. I need you to just thank you. All right, so
around this guy. Check this out, man. This nigga is an asshole, yo. He did this shit. He fucked my whole show up, yo. On some
no, he didn't. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's not messed up.
I didn't need this old ass anti-scientific Bible thumper on my show, man. I'm trying to teach somebody something different. I never said you can't be religious and understand science. You just can't be that type of nigga. He's an ignorant ass nigga, and he old, and he can't change, and he on my fucking nerves. I don't never want to talk to this nigga again, because when I see him, I smack the shit out of him, and I mean it. Fuck, he think he talking, yo. This nigga been disrespectful to me and you and the whole platform. I was nice with this nigga for 3 hours, but he kept talking, he kept chirping, he kept talking. I ain't that nigga, yo.
Can you talk to us about what you said? I understand. I want you to say. I want to salvage this. Listen, just take a minute.
This nigga keep talking.
I get you. All right, Ankh. Listen. Let's salvage your show. You're teaching some great stuff. I'm gonna stop you. I know what it's like to crash out. Listen, I want to get back on what you were saying. Cedric was bringing it back about the evolutionary process and adaptation and so all the great stuff, natural selection. When we're talking about the black males, can you please?
This nigga so hard he will evolve in real time.
Can we talk about that? Can you take a deep breath and talk about what you said about the males when we were talking about the moths 4 hours ago? So
our young men,
go ahead.
Right, are killing each other at the ages of 12 and 13 and all that. Right, and then we need to stop that. It's messing us up, yo. It's throwing us out of kilter. You know, young ladies at the age of 13 and 14 is having kids. It's high level dysfunction at this point, and it's putting us at a disadvantage. And then we get old men like him come on here who you tell him, yo, it's okay to be religious, bro, but we talking about something different. He all in the way to youth right now. I ain't sitting up here telling the youth don't be a Hebrew. I'm sitting up here telling the youth, for you to have an advantage in the world that's going AI, you got to be science and scientific literate. I didn't say you don't got to be religious. I said the whole thing. I said how unnatural it is just to not believe, and I said all that. But this old ass nigga can't understand nothing because he old. You got to get rid of the old people, yo. At a certain point, old people, you got to snatch the mic out their hand and sit their ass down when they act like him. Now, if you're a respectful, honorable, older person, yo, that's willing to learn, yo, then you got to shut up and listen to him. But if you like that, yo, get him out the way, bro, because he's confusion. He's out of order. He don't know the difference between record, and he kept saying record, which is stupid as hell. He don't understand the difference between recording something He don't understand how French armies that corresponded in Italian wars would come in contact with them people that was on ships and stuff that came to America. They got syphilis in the first place. They brought it over there because they don't find no bones with syphilis in it pre-1492 nowhere in Europe on planet Earth. That's why, nigga, because you don't understand it don't mean these youth don't understand it, bro. It's the stupidest thing ever. And he kept saying it, and he kept saying it to where if he was in my face, I would have to slap him. Because
well, I'm glad he wasn't in your face because I don't want that. So listen, I know what you're saying. And I mean, I'm saying Apostle, I'm not saying I know he would slap you. What I'm saying is it gets frustrating when you keep going back and forth. And some people don't understand, not even just the older people. Some people just will not see it because of that stigma. Remember, and I don't even want to say her name because I don't want her to act like I'm attacking her. But remember the one person that was like saying that we aren't primates, and no matter how much information we gave to her, she continued to say it's scientific racism. So I want to kind of bring you back to talking and teaching because you're doing a great job about stuff like that. When it's just people are so afraid as Black people, they're so afraid of science and hearing the truth because they can't accept it. Syphilis had to have come from the white man. So talk to us about scientific racism and how to delineate.
You got bitch ass niggas in the chat talking crazy. You got
ignore them.
Up here. You got niggas. Young Pharaoh, what they don't know, I ran up on that nigga. Go ask him. I ran up on him and Seti.
Please don't read these trolls. Please, you're an excellent teacher right now. Please, I'm begging you to focus on your teachings because you got this.
I'm saying don't carry my name.
Right. I'm gonna delete the comments, y'all. I can't do everything. I've been trying to. So Ankh, back to talk to our people about science, how we're so afraid of science because of scientific racism.
This has been an example of get away from old ass people, yo. And when I call you old ass people, I mean people who refuse to think healthily, who refuse to listen to anybody. Then you old. You can be 15 and act like that, then you old in your ways because those people don't make it on earth. Only those that listen and take time to learn make it on earth. Those who didn't heed the water and don't drink that water.
Right, there you go. Water. Get back on that. Yeah, about survival. Survival.
I'm gonna drink it. No, you're not listening. You drink it anyway. This is the craziest thing ever. He liked that for no reason. Ain't nobody beat up on this stupid ass religion. Nobody did none of that till right now. You don't have nothing, Apostle. All you got is a wild ass book. And you keep trying to make it scientific. You keep messing with me, dog. I don't get on your show and mess with you. I'm trying to give something healthy, and you done turned it into a shit show for no reason. And you disrespect the sister because I was like, man, don't do it like that, yo. And you don't deserve to have no keys to the car. You just crashed it on purpose. Because you can't do what I can do, you mad. You can't even read, bro. It was clear. It said the French, the reason they named it the French, because the first time it was amongst the French army. Now the army is important. Why? Because armies travel, my nigga. Sailors and armies travel from different places. And so at this juncture in time, they have a system of traveling on sailboats. Prior to that, it wasn't no exchange. That's why I brought up the Columbian exchange to verify and show you how evolution worked. But you mess up the lesson. I want to talk about the old world immunity and new world immunity, which would fix our Africans in America pre-Columbian style, if you at least understood that. If you can understand the Columbian exchange and the syphilis and the yellow fever, okay, and the malaria and the different diseases that was transferred back and forth, then you can understand why there wasn't no Africans in pre-Columbian times, because they would have had old world immunity. They would have got the natives just as sick as the Europeans did if it was contact prior to that. Or if you're sitting there thinking that the indigenous people in America was Africans, then they wouldn't have got sick because they would have had old world immunity. So they would have already had the old world diseases. So when the old world diseases arrived with Africans that was enslaved and Europeans, they would have already had the immunity because their immunity would have came from the old world. That's why none of that don't make no sense. But old ass apostle keep getting in the way of that.
Let me say this to you, Ankh. Take a minute, maybe just take a deep breath and relax, because you are going through this right now. I just want to say this to you and everybody, though. This is a debate community. Like, some people are in the chat. Don't look at the chat. But some people in the chat, like, he's trying to debate you. But debating isn't just, and I have respect for you, Apostle, but I got to call it like I see it. You can't just keep saying, well, it says in French. Well, it says in French. You got to come with something else. He already knocked that down. You got to come in there. So it's not that I'm babying anybody or stopping somebody from having smoke. This is the toughest environment. But if he already proved, from what I saw, that you were wrong and you don't have really hard evidence, you got to go get something else. So what I'm trying to say is, yeah, thank you for bringing the smoke, but he proved that his information is stronger unless anybody, not just Apostle. I see a lot of you cheerleaders in the chat talking about, oh, Ankh, you bring the information showing without a doubt that syphilis was from Europeans before it was found in the Americas. Okay, that's all I want to say. But can I please hear you talk before you go? Because you've been up here a while. Talk to us about this other thing. We had a super chat, $5, and they said, you know, we're not, you know, are we primates? Are we apes? This is another can of worms that Black people cannot get over, the fact that we are also apes. Can you just touch on that a little bit before we, you know, close out? Because we've been up here for a while. I'd like to hear from you, please.
Share my screen and I'm going to get it. There's a reason why we can't get it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay.
Share my screen. It's because of this right here. We can't understand it because we homo ignoramus. We are willfully ignorant at times as the human beings. Blinders of denial. Information. Misinformation. I believe that. Small brains unused. You got your earplugs in. Comfortable club. You comfortable with it. Facts repellent. You repel the facts. You don't pay attention to evidence. Your head is in the damn sand. Avoidicus evidences. You that right there. Sometimes, yo, you gotta know when you're unmatched. Now watch this. They all fight this though, yo. And they do it on purpose, yo. I'm telling you that the way we prove that Homo sapiens share a common ancestor with chimps, it's in your genome. Simple as that. That's out of most of y'all pay grade. The way you prove and verify that human beings is connected to all living organisms is through the genes. But when a living organism shares 99% or 98% of their genome, that means they had a direct common ancestor. This occurred about 7 million years ago.
Are you still sharing? I don't know what happened.
I stopped sharing. That was Homo ignoramus. That's a pop. He's Homo ignoramus. On purpose. He willfully, he can't help it. That's why I'm no longer talking to him. But my point is, chimpanzees and humans share 98%, 99 to 98% DNA. And there's only one answer for that. When living organisms share 98%, 98 to 99% DNA, they mean they had a common, they split, they diverged at about 7 million years ago. At the point when they diverged, it wasn't a human and it wasn't a chimpanzee. I'm going to say it again. At the point when it diverged, meaning there's 10. There's a population. I'm going to give you a number. The number of 10 makes up the population. This is just general speakers who understand it. 5 went this way, diverged. See, diverged away from the 5. 5 went this way. 5 went through this environment. with environmental pressures, radiation. 5 went in this direction with different environmental pressures. And by the time they met back up again, one went to the moon and one was in the Stone Age and sometimes in zoos.
Yes.
Now, why do they call them all apes? Because that's the class of apes. We not fish. We're apes. We're the naked apes. If you feel comfortable, if you're not comfortable with apes, just say primates. Why? Disposable thumb. Okay. 1, you can see in color. 2, what else? What else can you do? Go ahead, Cedric. Add some things on there, Cedric. Add some things.
Fingernails.
Fingernails.
Bipedal or
Bipedal.
2 legs.
The nose, our nostrils, pointing forward, down, size of a brain. Yeah.
Thumbs.
I think also something with depth perception.
Depth perception, all these things. And so I'll give you
tailbone.
Yep, tailbones. Because the apes don't even got tail. Most apes don't got no tails.
How about thumbs, huh? They got thumbs.
He said it, yeah.
Already.
Opposable thumbs.
Right.
Okay, so yeah, there's a lot. So go on. And somebody's mic is getting us feedback, so please mute out until you talk. Thank you.
That don't make you a chimpanzee at all. Just like the fact that you got hair, all your body is covered with light cropping of hair. We call it fur, right? And the way the female side of us gives babies, she gives a live birth with an umbilical cord. Okay. We can't breathe in the water. We have lungs. We breathe oxygen. All right. The women lactate milk to feed the young. Okay. And they carry the baby in the womb, in the body, and the baby developing there with a live birth. But that would make her a mammal. But guess what? An elephant is also a mammal. But just because you're a mammal, don't make you an elephant. And just because you're a primate, don't make you a chimpanzee. I can't say that no more clear than that. I can't give you a better example than that. If you can't handle that example, then just take your time. But don't jump in the conversation acting like that's not what it is. Because planet Earth has agreed to that. All human beings, whether you live in the Congo and the Bongo, whether you live in the Caribbean, whether you live in Australia, the scientists that come out, indigenous tribes that become scientists, they all agree on this. They all match up their data. It's a scientifically proven that humans are primates and humans are mammals and humans have a spinal cord. That means we're connected to everything with spinal cords. I don't care what you say out your mouth. It's based off your ignorance is why you do not understand. And we all will be there. We all have been ignorant to these scientific facts, but you can't get around it. The best thing to do is, if you can't beat them, join them. Meaning read a daggone book. That's it. You can't get around it. And if you don't think evolution is real, I can give you byproducts. There are byproducts from evolution, i.e. your medicine these days. We've seen it in real time. Even if you don't want to take a vaccine, you do know that daggone virus was evolving in real time. That you do know. They kept changing the different strands of it, the different variations of the name kept the Abercrombie. Why? Because it was evolving. And every time it evolved, they did what? They gave you a different vaccine. Oh, guess what? Because the vaccine was made to be able to follow the pathogen as it evolved. That's a consequence. That's a byproduct of Darwinian evolution. And now we don't just stand there and let the virus beat us up. Now we attack the virus in real time by changing the weaponry that we're using against it in real time. As the virus change, right, and gets more infectious, the vaccine medicine change to stop it in real time. But we only can do that is because we understand evolution. And the only reason we understand evolution because Charles Darwin came up with a comprehensive scientific theory. And the reason we know it was a scientific theory because now 20 years later, we can change the vaccine. I ain't got to sit up here and argue with y'all over that. Y'all can never get around that with your Bible, with your Quran, with your crazy stories. You can't get. You just look crazy to me. And I sit up there and I walk into a trap and I slaps the hell out of you every time. You're never getting past that. You can't even tell your kids that. Because your kids is past you right now. Your kids are looking at you like, man, we just learned that in biology class. What are you talking about? And you howling, screaming at them. Now you mad at them. Oh, you didn't absorb the white man. Why'd you send me to the white man's school? Why you ain't built me a school, daddy? With your information. That would make me ready for the world I'm going into. Right. So people is old and mad. Mad because of pseudo killers teach science. Mad because the community of skeptic respects everybody's religion by saying, I don't think any of y'all got the God. I think it's a cultural container of ideas. That means I'm respecting your worldview. But nobody respects mine. I get all kind of flack through ignorance. They can't even go on a job and tell a boss what they said about me. That's what's crazy about it. They hate white people so much, they got their hand out at the end of the month for their check. It's, the boss gotta get that check. Do I trust that money gonna be in the bank, though, boss? I saw it on TV. I don't trust white people. When it's time to get that check, I do. When I pay my rent, when I get my car, when I step on them brakes going 80 miles an hour, I trust white people then. Every time brakes, you're saying, I trust white people, and you stop your car going 80 miles an hour, getting off the freeway. Every time you send your little baby, your 5-year-old baby, your 8-year-old baby, your 12-year-old kids, hey son, go in there and get yourself some food. Every time you sit in that refrigerator, you're trusting the FDA. But you holler and scream on TV, I don't trust the white people. Yes, you do. You got your kid eating FDA-approved food. I don't see your farm. Well, I don't see you in the deep woods now using cell phones, digging up the earth and I don't see you do. You know why you're not doing that? Because you can't do it. Because you don't even understand how to farm. Why? Because it's a science. That's why you don't understand how to do it. You can't grow your own food. You can't process your own water because you drink the water out the river, you're gonna die out there. Hold on. Yeah, right. Y'all tripping right now. And all y'all can do is muster up enough strength to talk about me, to talk about sex. Or just act like whatchamacallit and howling, screaming, and old, and talking about here, black Hebrew. That's the best y'all. That's the best defense y'all got.
Ankh, I want to thank you for bringing up evolution and along with the primate discussion. Can I, and y'all, he's cooking tonight. He's teaching. I appreciate everybody getting in here. Nobody's protected. Ankh has been in here battle scarred in this community for over a decade. So, all right. Now I want to ask you though, divergence from the common ancestor, and anybody can get in this conversation. I know you probably want to get into Cedric, but Ankh, talk about how when they say, well, how come apes don't look like us? Talk about how they're in their stone age right now. I'm talking about the bonobos, and are they evolving slower than us or in a different environment? You kind of touched on that, but could you get where I'm going with that? Can you talk about how they're in their stone age right now?
So if I just take you back to the universal common ancestor to answer the question, to be honest with you, if I want to get slick at the mouth with you, I can say that anything you see is the same thing, just diversified in this environment. So whether you're looking at me, Cedric, or a daggone cockroach, or a daggone beetle on a tree, or a fern, or a root, or bacteria, or a virus, you're looking at the same thing, just diversified and fit for its environment. Now, see, now you got me talking slick. What we do know is all life on Earth is connected. So if you sitting there believing in God, then that should be okay with you. Because if it is a God, so you claim, nothing before God, meaning nothing comes before God, meaning nothing comes after God, meaning everything you see is God. So whenever God made the things that you're looking at, which is the universe, God would have had to use itself. Pieces of itself to make the universe, pieces of itself to make the sun, the moon, the stars, the humans. God would have had to use itself. So if God would have had to use his substance, it's none but God, since God is omnipotent, omnipotent, omnipresent, meaning in all things, all time, all powerful, everywhere, at all times, then if that's the case, then anything you look at would have to be God, right? Well, ain't that what the hell science just explained to you? That there's a universal common ancestor that diversified in this environment. It gives the explanation of why things it explains why things diversify over time and why life on earth is so diversified. The Bible don't do that. It starts off with a simple thought: God made everything better. But how? Don't tell you how, but science does. So you can keep your little religion and then you can learn science and leave me the hell alone with that nonsense, because I'm gonna keep winning. You know why I'm keep winning? Because science is undefeated. It's the haves and the have-nots.
You want to get in here, Cedric?
Yeah. Evolution is a matter of fact. Look around you. Try and understand, why is there a diversity of life? That's what Ankh just said. Why is there diversity of life? I'm breathing, I'm living, that bird's breathing, that bird. Why is there a diversity of life? Answer that question. How did that diversity came to be? And if you understand the concept, the simple concept of natural selection, it's going to blow your mind. If you understand the concept of natural selection, you would understand why we have the diversity of life. Classifications are that. It's a simple, we human beings, we have the necessity to compartmentalize, to classify, to quantify, to codify. And we came up with a system to do that. A human being is a human being is a human being. Whatever group or classification we fall in scientifically doesn't take away, diminish, or do nothing about the fact of the matter is we are human beings. Chromosome 2 fusion is a matter of fact. We can see that in a Western blot. All it would take you is 4 years of copy, and you can physically see chromosome 2 fusion. There is no objection, there is no confusion. And like Ankh said, your gods, none of your gods explain the how. All we are doing is explaining the how. When you sit and you ponder, how does that work? We are giving you the tools to understand how it works. If we tell you God did it, it still doesn't provide you with any knowledge, any understanding of how it works. Nothing we say threatens your God. I keep telling people, and I say it in a fun way, but I want you to understand. I believe I can fly. If I believe I can fly, why would I have any issues with what you believe? However, when we're having these discussions, as apostles so vividly demonstrate, the willfully ignorant, the objection just to object, the necessity to undermine everything we understand, to hold on to a superiority complex of your God being the ultimate God. The consequences of that thought process led to the enslavement of Africans, led to the situation and the reality of the world we live in today. America was created to get away from this autocratic form of thinking. Yet here we are battling to survive and stay away from this form of thinking. We get beat up just for giving people the tools. One of the first shows the pseudo killers produced was going through the fact of why scientific literacy is important. It is fundamental for you to be able to make everyday decisions. How do you know that your child has a fever? How do you know that when you're listening to some quack telling you don't use amino acids, when that is a foundation building block of our whole being, that you know that it's nonsense. What are the tools that you use in your daily life to not get bamboozled, flim flam, and hoodwinked? What are these tools? That's scientific literacy. Science relies on a foundation which is rooted in methodological naturalism. It is simply a tool. When we talk about methodological naturalism, you will not hear me say anything about your gods, about any spirit, or any form of belief. It is not relevant to the subject matter. There is no need for the opposition. But without these tools, we ain't going nowhere as a people.
Thank you so much, Cedric. I appreciate that. A lot of words of wisdom coming from the pseudo killers tonight, y'all. I think they have dominated the information tonight. I think that's my intelligent opinion. So let's go to Rebel Ra, and then we'll let Meter get in here. I don't know if he wants to disagree or agree. Go ahead, Rebel Ra. What would you like to say? You've been patient and quiet.
Yeah, just touching back, just kind of blotting back on things. You know, Ankh, we always hear about the guy Christopher Columbus. You know, I mean, Christopher Columbus. Let's just say it's a weary doubt that he's from Spain, Portugal, and Italy, according to the history. So it's like he's a ghost of origin. But moving on to the part of where primates, when you check it out, there's a kingdom of, you know, plants, animals, you know, fungi and mold and stuff, and we come in the animal section of things. Because when you look at our cells, you know, I mean, we store glycogen and all of that stuff, you know, I mean, we have an animalistic cell, so to speak.
Correct.
So we should try getting away from, because when we say, oh, we're animals, we're primates, people thinking of the animals we see around us, you know what I'm saying? And even sometimes too, we have animalistic behaviors. How animals behave sometimes, we got that, you know, the cuddling, all of that love, you know, you see your dog, your puppy, your cat, all of that stuff, they're showing you. They can't speak, but their actions showing you like they have some form of communication within them and connection to you. Just like Ankh said, the plants, the animals, everything is connected. That's why we all can eat certain plants, and it, you know what I'm saying, it gives us energy and it activates our cell.
That's the only reason you can eat plants and animals and other animals is because somewhere down the line you got commonality. That's the only reason you can eat it. No other reason.
Yeah, so I just agree with you, Ankh, because me and you and the science boss, as I said to Napar, that I love science to the bone until a little piece have me like, you know, science only can push so far. And we all can say to that science builds and science destroy. It also in the fact of who's using the science for what purpose, even though we want to be scientific literate, but we also want to show scientific morals in the sense of how we should properly use science, because we find out, it's a question I wanted to ask too. Have we found out where the COVID-19 virus originated? Because it was once said Canada to China and, you know, breaking of labs and monkey and blah, blah, blah. So we were fighting about the syphilis, which is like 1494, blah, blah, according to the info. But I'm talking to something yesterday. So
mapped out the genome. Just okay. Like you got a pretty good idea where a lot. Remember, most pandemics come from the East.
Right.
Because of the weather, because the type of food they eat. They eat a lot of different, you know, animals that we normally don't even mess with, come in contact with.
Bats
isn't COVID-19 a patented virus?
No, a what?
A patented, like it's patented. It's like when you go to the Bureau of Patent where you have an idea and you have a machine or some kind of mechanism you want to make, and you don't want nobody to steal your idea. You got to go to the patent board, so they give
He's saying a
you.
patent. Is there a patent on it? He's saying, but go ahead. I'll let you answer that.
Yes. Why do you think there's a patent on it?
I mean, back in the day, I do the research, and I mean, I read every little thing and go and do the research, and found out that there was a patent on the COVID-19. So
I know, but why though? Don't you think the person that mapped the genome deserved to get the patent?
I understand. It's like the people that make it, because
I discovered it. You broke down the first, whoever sequenced the genome, get the patent.
I know, but true. Okay, let's use biological war. COVID is a biological war in the sense.
No, it's not. It's nature waging biological war on you.
I mean,
No, listen.
Yeah.
Did that. You see how serious nature is? That's why you got to understand her. Hold on. That's why the statement right here. Guess what the statement says? This is about Team Zulu. Put that comment up.
Oh yeah, hold on. I'll get it.
Yeah, Darwin, like many others. This is what he
Team Zulu, you said?
Yeah, it says Darwin.
Oh,
like
I see.
the other European. No, not
this
that
one.
No,
is it after that one? I can't see.
Darwin, like many other. It said Darwin, like many other Europeans, credited with discovery, inventing every high level of thinking. All right. Okay. Well, that means he actually doesn't understand science. Because science is not an out of nowhere thing. It is based off of what you learned prior to it. I'm gonna say this again. If not for Onesimus, which is an indigenous African who was enslaved in America, he brought high-level inoculation science over. If not for understanding inoculation, what is inoculation? When a sick person, say smallpox, develop sores that have pus in them, you take the pus from a sick person and cut a slit in the arm of a healthy person. How much heart does that take? How much understanding does that take? How much observation does it take to know you can do something like that? Right now, that don't even make no sense. But guess what it did? It got the healthy person sick. At this point, y'all trying to get away from me. You would say it's counterintuitive. Why would you take a healthy person, give them some pus from an infected person? That means y'all wouldn't have made it in Africa, because that's exactly what those West Africans did. They took pus from an infected person and put it in the arm of a healthy person. And guess what it did? It stimulated their immune system to create antibodies. And guess what? That person could not catch smallpox again. That's the level there, bro. And guess what? When they brought it to the Americas, because that's where it came from, you can look it up. Europeans were astonished because during the pandemics, the outbreaks in 1703 in Boston, slave colonies from West Africa understood this. It didn't even affect us like that because we knew what to do. Guess who it affected? It affected the colonial powers. And they was wondering, why y'all not running around scared to death? They said, oh, because we do this. We understand it. We do this in Africa.
That's true.
Us in a sick person arm, and if they don't die, they make it. And they never can get affected again. Now, if you catch smallpox just by yourself, you can get it, and if you don't die, if it don't kill you for real, right, then you won't catch it again. But guess what? You have all kind of lesions and stuff on your face and looking crazy. But what they was doing in West Africa is called inoculation, right? They just put a little bit. They control how much. That's how serious they was. I'm trying to tell you that you don't even get to the COVID-19 vaccine without that. It's European knowledge is built on African knowledge. And without having the African knowledge or the Asian knowledge or whoever had it, you don't get to this stage. There is no way to do it. That's why I look at y'all like y'all crazy when y'all say the Egyptians had jet planes. It's crazy, my nigga. They haven't even figured out how to get oil out the ground yet, to even manufacture the oil to turn it to gas yet, nigga, to even put it in the plane. How about understanding rubber at 3500 BCE to build the wheel to stop the daggone jet plane going over 400 miles an hour? It's the foundation. So there is no such thing as Darwin, like many other Europeans, are credited with discoveries, inventions, and every high level thinking. No, that's not how the scientists look at it. Simple as that. Built off of.
Ankh, Ankh, I'm proud of you for mentioning the fact that it's Africa that show the people them about vaccine, versus the guy Louis Pasteur. Because if you go look it up, them gonna tell you say Louis Pasteur.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Build the official vaccine. You know what I'm saying? So I like so you're teaching the people them the real history, you know?
No, science wouldn't say that about Pasteur though.
No, Edwin Jenner had the first vaccine in 1791, I believe, 1792, I believe. But that's based off of Onesimus thing.
Pasteur let us know that disease is something that comes from the outside, right? At that time in history, the assumption was a biogenesis, right? That things would come out of material themselves. And Pasteur, through his experiments and later on using the Van Leeuwen microscope, really established the foundation of germ theory. But inoculation took a different route, right? So inoculation is a natural process where we hijack the body's immune system, and Pasteur led us away from the idea that it was air, this Greek term that was making people sick, right? And that we were actually getting pathogens that was causing illness. So the science or history would not attribute vaccines or inoculations to Pasteur. I just want to make that correction.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to bring in, because Ankh, you've been here for a minute. It's almost 4 hours. I very much appreciate you being here. This is a great conversation. It's very compelling information. Go back and listen. I see a lot of people saying, I got to see this from the beginning. Watch it from the beginning. And I want you to come back too, because it's pretty late. Let me let Meter address you.
Go ahead, and I'm gonna finish off with.
What were you gonna say? What were you gonna say?
I want to finish everything off with a nice source.
Of course, yes, yeah, no worries. I just want to get Meter in here. He's been here for a minute waiting. Are you bringing some smoke, Meter? Because we're sweeping out the ashes of the syphilis conversation. What would you like to bring?
No, because I like to ask Unc a few things to let him elaborate on it.
Go ahead.
Okay. I asked this question before on the panel, but it got pushed up under the rug. Kennedy, the head of the health department, something like that. And what he got a lot of flack off of saying that black people can't get treated like white people because our immune systems and things are different. What they'll do to a Caucasian as far as with medicines don't necessarily mean it'll work on us. And I'm talking about, they was destroying him about that because they was trying to make it seem like we are all one people, And so he was like, especially with the vaccinations and stuff like that. And I agree with you totally. I agree with you. I enjoyed everything that you said, but could you elaborate on the difference? Because then it goes back to like the sister that's died decades ago, Henrietta Lacks, and how they still have her genes and stuff still going on. Do you think they're using her genes to weaponize certain diseases against us, though?
No, not at all. That's not, no. So let me directly answer that question. where do you draw the line between what you perceive to be white people and black people? Do you draw the line in skin color?
No. Well, yeah, in a way, but it all depends because you have Caucasians with probably like 15%, African in them or something,
So okay, so I
still look white. So
the point I'm making is we can have children with all humans. Don't matter. I'm saying you're just looking at a variation. You're looking at mutated. You're looking at different phenotypes, but under the hood, is your genes is what make your heart function, your lungs function. So let's say you have kids by a Chinese woman, and so now you may have genes from her to help your heart function. You get like it's genes. That's why I said earlier, nature knows no color. That was my point for saying that. I ain't want to get into with the brother, but nature knows no color. Nature not sitting here looking at, oh, you this, you that. Nature saying, I'm going to kill you as fast as possible. That's what nature's saying. Nature ain't worrying about if you black, dark, whatever it is, you better be able to be fit for that environment. I'm talking about genetically fit for that environment. Nature don't care. Nature is what kill you. Remember, life on Earth only occurs because of death. Remember, life feeds off of death on Earth. You get that, right? Like things die. Like I'll give you an example of salmon. They go upstream. They're going upstream, right? When they get to the end of the road, the bears, the grizzly bears are eating them, and they dying off, right? They end up dying off near the riverbanks and the forests. And guess what happened to the fish? If they don't get eaten, they biodegradable. But as it breaks down, you got ants and insects come eat it and help break it down some more. Then the microorganisms break it down some more. It ends up in the Miocene, where the daggone trees take the nutrients out the soil that had broke down. A squirrel in the tree that fall in that same force, that fall and break his neck, get broken down by the insects. All things live and feed off of death. So at the end of the day, the thing that you thought was dead really fed the life. It fed the forest. That's why the trees is growing up big and strong, because of the fish, because of the things that died in the forest. This is, and so all life on Earth is connected. So when you try to split hairs with human beings, all human beings are 99.99 the same. They did a study on high blood pressure medicine. They would say, hey, man, I know we got race-specific medicine, high blood pressure medicine. What ended up happening is that some black people could have benefited off of getting another type of high blood pressure medicine. Not just because we underneath of that hood, bro, it's mix and matchy. It's no way to
but see, because I got high blood pressure and I had to go with it because they started me off with medicine that normally Caucasian took, and it didn't work with me. So
do you mind if can I jump in here for a second? Because this is something I do want to bring up. When we were talking earlier about when I was saying how I find it fascinating how environment, even though we don't look at it so much, environment plays such a role on our genetics. So when you look at things like when they say, well, blacks are more affected by diabetes, blacks are more affected by hypertension, it always is talking about community. And that kind of goes back to, I loved what you were talking about at the beginning of the conversation when you first came on, Ankh. It goes back to what I was saying and piggybacking off of what Ankh was saying, environment, yes, genetics, but then you got to still look at how are we genetics? Stay with me, y'all. Y'all know me. Just let me go and then hear me out. When we look at genetics and we say, well, it's the genes of the blacks. No, it's the socioeconomics of the blacks. The socioeconomics is the environment. So if we take it all the way back, let's just say to the slavery, we're affected differently by stress and trauma epigenetically, right? So that is how our genes would be, but then it still cycles back to environment. What I'm trying to say is when you hear about blacks being affected differently by disease, it's usually leading with community. And then they say, can somebody mute out? I don't know if that's you, Meter. Then they'll say, well, what about genetics? But the genetics that we're talking about are still, it's like it's encoded in whatever we've been affected with before. I'm going to park in my car by saying this, for example. When we have adverse childhood experiences, when we're talking about ACEs, those keep on being passed down if we don't break the cycle of whatever. And when you keep on passing that down, it's because you are epigenetically, it's an epigenetic thing, right? It's your environment, it's your society, it's your community, but you still pass it down genetically. So Black people, talking about diabetes and stress and hypertension, for example, they're looking at us and saying, oh, well, it is something genetic, but then let's look at their diet. That's social. So what I'm trying to say is, it's not like, oh, they're different from us and we're so different species. The white people, the Black people, the Asian, we want to start looking at environment and community and society first before we right away say, oh, they're just different species than us. They just have different genes. So Ankh, do you get what I'm saying? I wanted you to talk more about that, where you were saying that in the very beginning, about environment, right? I said a lot, but can you just take the mic and kind of help me out with what I'm trying to impart?
Well, it's not actually a race thing. It's not, because there's no race. That's a social construct. The epigenetics you're talking about, where your genes can be affected, based off your environment. But if you put a person that you perceive to be European or Chinese in that same environment, they would have the same effects on them. You get it? So it's your experiences.
Yes.
It's your environmental pressures that created. So one environmental pressure is always having a lot of fried foods and greasy foods in our community. So that's a different environmental pressure. Another environmental pressure is not having good health care. You know what I'm saying? And you stay with disease longer before you go get it checked out. And that starts to weigh on you. And so it has nothing to do with the fact that you're not different. You just think you are. Your eyes are lying to you. Remember, I told you about how important your survival was based off of your seeing, your touching, your smelling, your senses. Remember, I told you that, right? Yeah, but your eyes are lying to you. When I'm looking at y'all saying, y'all Black, my eyes is lying to me. I don't know how else to say it. You look at a white person, that person is different. Their hair is different. It's like your eyes are lying. You need scientific instruments to realize that's the same thing, just adjusted to its environment.
Yes. Let me drop a bomb for you.
Hair.
I gotta drop that bomb.
And that's so dangerous. They fought World War II. Y'all know they fought the Great War, right? One of the reasons they fought the Great War was racism. Hitler thought he had the master race, the Great Northern Race. Yeah, so most people don't know they fought World War II over Hitler, thinking that they was the great master race. That was racism, white supremacy at the highest level with the high level machinery. They almost developed the daggone nuclear weapon. What did we talk about here? It was wild. He actually thought that Nazi Germany had the great race. Remember the great race? Remember they said they had the Olympics. This is wild. Like, why is the Olympics? Why the hell is the Olympics in Germany during this time? Right? And he was like, oh, I'm gonna beat the hell out them athletes. Man, Jesse Owens.
He smoked
them.
This was a scientific experiment. Hold on. Scientific experiment. You thinking because of color of your skin that you have developed the supreme athlete, you the master race. Blonde hair and blue eyes. Line them up. Let's check out the scientific experiment. So Hitler's sitting in the audience. He know he got the master race. You can't tell him no different. Like most people listen to this program. He knew he had it. The best trained athlete, we the better. That nigga right there is in trouble. They lined up. They put the gun. They said, pow! Jesse was standing at the finish line. The master race was just coming. At that point, Hitler knew he had fucked up.
That's right.
I read blonde hair, blue eyes, like
damn.
Caucasian, blonde hair, blue eyes is of answer.
Beat him bad, yo. I'm telling you, yo, he was done. Yo, you gotta realize, yo, this man was sitting here thinking like y'all be thinking, yo. It's almost like playing basketball. You say, I'm black, I can beat him. And you run into a white boy to dunk on your head. You be like, how the white what?
Yeah. And Ankh, that's because of their environment, right? I just want to come in here. That's because they are in the environment where they learned, right, basketball better. And can you talk on that? Like they started to evolve or adapt, correct?
No, none of that. No, they just learned.
Yeah, no, they did learn to evolve. Well, to me, it's evolution. You're saying it's not biological, but it is an evolution.
Okay, but not biological. Okay, I can accept that.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I just talk about the epigenetics? Because what you're saying is actually true. We did some work on that when we look at Robert Sapolsky and determinism, right? And it goes back generation upon generation upon generation. So you have your genes, like you have a biological identical twins. They have the exact same genes. You take each one and put them in a different environment and watch their development. You're going to see that the genes and the expression or the amount of any particular expression of the genes is determined by the environment. So a child that grows up in a very stressful environment, has high cortisol levels, is going to develop diabetes, is going to develop high blood pressure. So we understand that environment plays a significant role. And to your point, which Robert Sapolsky is addressing. If you want to see a change in outcome in population, so if you want to see a reduction in diabetes, you want to see a reduction in crime, you need to address the environment. Why? Because the environment plays such a significant role in the epigenetic expression of genes. So if you change the dietary systems in our communities, if you change the socioeconomic situation in our community, you would see an overall reduction in these things, what are quote unquote deemed as black illnesses. Again, if you look at Europe, based in the Netherlands, based on World War II, the population in the north of the country have higher rates of diabetes and high blood pressure. Why? Because their epigenetic systems started to retain more fats and more sugars based on generations before having had hunger issues during the war. So there are studies on this, and so you're within the right parameter when you say focus on epigenetics, the expression of certain genes, and how the environment plays a role in how especially negative outcome of expression is experienced. It is not a black or white thing. It is an environmental and thereby population things. So that's how we look at these things. So
wow.
Yeah, and
go on. No. Finish. I know you're just about to park. What are you gonna say? And then I'm gonna go to Ankh.
To round it off, no. So to add to what Ankh is saying, there's no way you're gonna make race-specific medicine because again, there's fluency in populations, and if you change the environment, you have a change in epigenetic expression. So no, that would be false and negative reasoning with severe outcomes for these same populations.
Oh wow, thank you. And you know what, Ankh and Cedric and all the pseudo killers, I would love to do a panel where we discuss epigenetics more. Because I think that's what I know from Black people, progeny of slaves, that's probably what 60% of our issues with health. Ankh, I'm going to hand the mic to you, and can you answer that, and then do your final closeout? Would you say 60% of our problems with health would be environmental and even like social and socioeconomic? Talk to us, please.
I would like to get some actual studies on that, so I'm not just speaking off the top of my head on that.
Okay.
But it's clear our diets. Diets. They're diet specific diseases. You know that, right? The way you eat, you kill you.
Of course, diabetes.
That's gonna kill you. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's important for us to know, having a balanced diet. You stop playing around with all out there. Come on, man. You know, I know people that they were vegetarian and playing basketball, to break their toenail fall off. Daggone teeth rotting out because they ain't getting the proper nutrients and all that. All that's, I mean, you got a balanced diet. Fruit, eat your colors, man. Small amounts of meat, man. Red meat, you know what I mean? Don't eat a lot of red meat. I stay away from eating a lot of red meat. Fish, you know what I'm saying? Little chicken, right? You know, get the lot of fruits, vegetables, little exercise. I mean, that's it. But yeah, like big up to Mississippi. Yeah, stress is a huge factor. Oh my God.
Oh, hell yeah. Stress is it. That's it.
Yeah.
Let me put that up there.
Stress
is the killer. Oh, wow. We said the same thing. Because look at Ankh. Because you'll have people say, well, my grandma ate bacon and she's 98 years old. I think diet and stress are factors because we got the cortisol. There's so much to unpack. But anyway, I just definitely stress.
Yeah. And when I say, well, eating, you know, just we have not even evolved to actually handle a lot of the what's the word I want to use? The foods that are canned,
processed. Yeah, 100%.
Not evolved. The body is not able to handle that. So you're in trouble anyway.
Right. Like these packages of ramen, like we can't even
all that processed, but they call it like super processed, right? So we need to get together and talk about that, and not in a crazy way where you end up like Inky, catch him eat McDonald's.
Inky, you heard him. Don't come for us. Let's hear.
Damn.
Oh shit!
He got some bad luck, yo. He was like this. That Big Mac was banging with the fries. You know how you dump your fries or you open your package up. He was a professional McDonald's. You know, when you tray, you know you're a professional if you get a tray in McDonald's. You get the tray, they put the paper on the tray, and then dump the fries on the paper right there. Then put the ketchup right there. It's a Big Mac. Then he had that soda. He had that orange soda. Well, he was like, boy. Well, that was funny right there. But why he's selling?
Oh my God,
crazy man!
That's just funny. The McDonald's is some of the worst food, and I'm not guilt coming for you, Inky, but that was hilarious. McDonald's is some of the worst food you can choose to eat. I mean, come on. But anyway, back to what you were saying about just diet and I think you said you want to share something because we're gonna be wrapping this up. I appreciate you being here for 4 hours. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying that my point is we need to have serious conversations around the science and food, not over some made up savvy diet to get you died and kill you quicker. We ain't talking about that. Like a serious conversation over how we should eat. You know what I'm saying? Like overeating too much. We eat too much, man. We eat now here's a good one for you, our culture. And so let's say this. We Savannah apes, and we're used to working high output. So we evolved in the Stone Age where you have to have high energy because you're always trying to figure out a way to survive. A lot of energy, a lot of move, a lot of shaking and baking. And you may eat once or twice a day, maybe small amounts of food. You don't get everything, right? So your body evolved to handle a high output with a little amounts of food. So take that body that evolved to be moving a whole lot, eat a little bit of food, but you're good. You got food, you got fat stores, you good, right? Take that same body and mindset, put it in the space age where you can walk down the street and get a cheeseburger whenever you want it, where you can work at home, you ain't even getting up and you sitting you ain't doing no movement. I mean, your body has evolved to always doing this little bit of food. Now you here.
Yep. Sedentary.
Right? Now you're eating all day, right? That's why we're in trouble. Those conversations for me, for y'all, we need to the same thing they did with Dr. Say, we could do the same thing with some real shit. Excuse my language. And everybody be good. Watermelon, that fruit. Let me share this source right here.
All right, let's go ahead. Thank you so much. I'm going to share that. Y'all hit the like button if you haven't already. Go ahead. Cotton Mather. Okay.
I don't want to start with Cotton Mather. I want to start right here. I'm going to show you how I talked about it, right? So let's be about it. This is called The History of Science and Technology in Africa. I want to come here and I want to come to the medicine part. Boom. Come to the medicine part. What do we have here? We have, oh no. All right, here you go. West Africa and the Sahel. The knowledge of inoculating oneself against smallpox seem to have been known in West, seem to be known to West Africans, more specifically the Ankh. A slave named Onesimus explained the inoculation procedure to Cotton Mather during the 18th century. He reported to have gotten the knowledge from Africa, right? There's a source for you, okay? Now, let's hit Cotton Mather. Let's come to Cotton. Let's look right here. Let's see. Let's come to the advocacy of smallpox inoculation. Remember, this Cotton Mather is a slave owner. He's a preacher, and he's a very important man in this particular time, yo. All right. He also was involved in the Salem witch hunts, which is wild. So he was advocating for this procedure, the practice of smallpox, and talks about it, right? Let's come down to this because he's advocating for it, but he only advocates for it because his own slave told him about it. Let's come right here. In 1716, Onesimus, one of Mather's slaves, explained to Mather how he had been inoculated as a child in Africa. Mather was fascinated by the idea. By July 1716, he had read an endorsement of inoculation by Dr. Emmanuel Timmerstons of Constantinople, Philosophical Transactions. It says Mather then declared in a letter to Dr. John Woodruff of Gresham College in London that he planned to press Boston's doctors to adapt the practice of inoculation should smallpox reach the colony. So Mathis, right, he's writing letters, right? So people are starting to find this idea in different places, right? But we talking about the United States, though. We're not talking about London because he wrote the college in London. We're not talking about Constantinople. We talk about America. So they writing, right? And he was like, yo, I want them to adapt the practice of inoculation to smallpox fall. Let's move right here. Goes on to say, by 1721, a whole generation of young Bostonians was vulnerable of memories of the last epidemic horrors had by large disappeared. It says smallpox returned. It's there on April 22nd that year, when the HMS Seahorse arrived from West Indies carrying smallpox aboard. Despite attempts to protect the town through quarantine, you put you in these pock houses. Pock houses. It say 9 known cases of smallpox appeared in Boston by May 27th, and by mid-June, the disease was spreading at an alarming rate. Okay, let me move down. Hold on. Let me move down. I don't want to read all that. Let me move. Inoculation debate. So you got your first anti-vax movement was against African science. Y'all didn't know that, did you? I talked about that in the debate when I debated Robert F. Kennedy Jr. organization, all right, largest anti-vax organization in planet Earth. Right before the pandemic hit the world, I debated these buffoons. It says inoculation debate. Bostonians and Mathis inoculated crusade raised a horrid clamor amongst people of Boston. Boyston is a doctor, got his degree from Harvard, and Mathers were objects of their fury. It say they're furious, man, obelisk and inventives. It say which Mather acknowledged in his diary. Boston selectmen consulting a doctor who claimed that the practice caused many deaths and only spread the infection. See, they lying. Forbid Boyston from performing it again. See, they coming up with stuff, right? You go to New England, a published article, let me see, written and opposed to practice. So they fight back and forth. Let me keep going. I want to come to this important medical opposition. You got medical opposition. Hold on. I want to come to the study. This is important. The person resistance. Hold on. I think I can get it. Hold on. Inoculation defended. Solution. All right, hold on. Let me see. With the smallpox epidemic catching speed and ranking, up and staggering death toll, the solution to the crisis was becoming more urgently needed day by day. It says the use of quarantine and various other efforts, such as what's this, balancing the body's humors, that's crazy, did not slow the spread of the disease. As news rolled in from town to town, the correspondents arrived from overseas. Reports of horrific stories of suffering, loss due to smallpox, stirred the mass panic amongst the people. Okay, by 1700, smallpox had become amongst the most devastating epidemic diseases. If they just listened to that African, they wouldn't have to go through all that. They praying, they doing all that. God will, let me see. God, hold on, urge the procedure. Hold on, they doing all this. Hold on, let me keep moving. Hold on, I'm gonna get right here. Oh man, the practice not accepted. Okay, while Mathers experimenting this procedure, period in Pastor, let's see, Cooper, the practice of smallpox inoculation was eventually accepted by the general population. Hold on. I think they give the numbers. I want to see if do I got the numbers right here? Man. Shit. Hold on, man. I want to show you where they do the numbers of when they inoculate you, how many people got sick and how many died, and it just made sense at that point to do it. Think right. Hold on,
So you're saying with the smallpox I keep saying inoculation.
It's a violation or inoculation.
Okay. So when you're talking about the risk of helping more than harming, basically, you're going to show us that?
Risk reward, because they developed a study, and that's like one of the first studies. Sermons against the private. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I think it's inoculation. I got to look that up.
Yeah, it's inoculation or violation, but it's really a violation.
Okay.
So hold on.
And while you do that, I'm just letting everybody know you've been here for a while. Please hit the like. I see Suntan. Thank you, Suntan, telling people to hit the like. This is a great show. Hit the like button. This is great information. Pick out the meat. Spit. I never say throw away the bones. Put the bones on the side. Maybe you'll find that you need them later for tools or bone broth. I always say that. So, okay. Look in here.
Report of inoculation by Timotheus and Jacobus. Let me see. The total physicians urging them to consult about the matter. He received no response. Next, Mathis pleaded in this case to Dr. Boyston. It's who tried the procedure on his youngest son and 2 slaves. So they did that. Okay, 1 grown and 1 boy. It's all received in about a week. Boyston inoculated several more people by mid-July. The epidemic peaked in October 1721 with 411 deaths. By February 26, 1722, Boston was again free from smallpox. The total number of cases since April 26 came to 5,889 with 845 deaths, more than 3/4 of all deaths in Boston during 1721. Meanwhile, Boston had inoculated 287 people with 6 deaths. You see that? So those
that's great.
Inoculated out of 5,889 people, 844 deaths, with more than 3/4 of all deaths in Boston during 1721. Meanwhile, Boyston right? Remember, this is the doctor, and you got the Dr. Boyston, and you got Cotton Mather, right? Cotton Mather is the slave, and Onesimus is a slave of Cotton Mather. Boyston is the professional in this particular situation. He's the educated doctor, right? And so he takes the practice, and he had inoculated 287 people, right? With 6 deaths resulting. So with 6 resulting deaths. So does it make sense to get 287 people violated and only have 6 deaths? Or would you rather have 5,889 people non-violated and close to 1,000 people die? Think about that. Only 6 people died. And so it's a ratio there. And based off this ratio, they realize, yo, that's what you're supposed to do. That make more sense, but it's counterintuitive. It's understanding the procedure is the difference. Your eyes is telling you, I'm not going to put that pus because I see that man is sick. I'm not going to put that in my body. That's what your mind is telling you. That's what your eyes is telling you. Okay, all that is telling you, don't do it. So that's why it was a lot of marginalized communities were saying, we're not doing it, because it was the education gap that you couldn't make up. The education wasn't there to explain what I just explained to you. So all you know is, I'm not going to put that needle in my arm from that white person. And at that point, you was just done. You think? I mean, you couldn't close the education gap. So you know, humans, especially mothers, they make bad decisions. They can't really tell. They think they're helping their kids, but they really not. In certain cases, it's hard for us to understand that, to make those proper decisions like that. You're not ready for that. You're not ready to say, I'm gonna put some poison in my arm, and thus the poison is gonna save me from dying from the poison. You're gonna see, you can't make that calculation right. You're gonna always contend without the education, choose the other method. I mean, that's the point I want to make there.
You know what? That reminds me, not to interrupt you. I thought you were wrapping that your statement up, but I want to. That reminds me of, but like in the during my childhood, and you know, before the 90s, there were these things called chicken pox parties, because there wasn't a varicella vaccine.
Yeah,
but you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. We get vaccinated now. My kids don't know what you're talking about. Who?
Yeah. So what I'm getting at is that it was when, because you said people were like, I'm not going to do that. I don't want to get sick. It didn't seem logical. But when parents would see that when the younger babies would recover quicker from chickenpox and the older ones would have a harder time. Today, though, obviously nobody's cutting their arm open and putting smallpox pus in them. We have the vaccine. Just like we have the vaccine for varicella. So I just wanted to say that.
You got the third generation now, but my whole thing for going through that, you don't get you the first and second, third generation vaccines, mRNA vaccines, without Edwin Jenner, who takes the cowpox from milk maidens that was milking cows, and you would get a pox from it, right? Cowpox, which is close to smallpox, and he would take he would press the fluid, let it dry out, and put it in a solution and put it in a syringe, right? And stick it in your arm. That's your first vaccine, your first generation vaccine. But he don't get that until they go through this thing in Boston with Onesimus, and they start to figure out, and they were like, yo, well, 288 people got it, only 6 died. Right? It's those numbers right there where they had some quantifiable data that would make sense to do. You get it? But this, so you can't say white people came up with that. You got to say people came up with that, and we can chronologically show you how they get to these steps, because each step was essential. If you don't got Cotton Mather, right, the slave owner, enslaving Onesimus, then you don't get the information of violation. And if you don't understand violation, you can't even begin to comprehend a vaccine. First generation. If you can't comprehend the first generation vaccine, then you can't comprehend the second generation. And if you can't pass the step of mastering the second generation vaccine, then you will never get to the third generation vaccine, which is the most safest one we got in the history of humanity. And it's at breakneck speed, and they not even giving you nothing. You don't even realize they never was really giving you nothing, but they had different things they had to make sure the infection and stuff to keep the pathogen. But they don't even use the pathogen. They use the genome, the fake genome, make you think proteins that look like something, and they give you sugar. It's actually sugar, water, and salt, saline, in the vaccine with a genetic code that make the body think it's a daggone virus. It's a fake out. And the body say, oh, you an mRNA vaccine. So it go right to the cell. Now the old ones, the virulation, it go in your bloodstream all over your body, right?
Mm-hmm.
The first vaccines, you get in the arm, it's got to go through your body, right? That third generation, it go right to the cells, right? mRNA, and the ribosomes reads that. It reads it. It go right inside the cell and it read it. Oh, boom, read it right to the cell. Not around the whole body. Go right to the cell. It read it and it say, yo. It tell the body. He say, hey, yo, this your body. This your body talk. Your body talking to your immune system. Hey, yo, you got some killers coming. Oh, Dewey. Let me get it. Let me see what we got here. Let me see. And they fighting it out. And I got the cold now. You got the cold back. You get sick, sweaty, all that. I got the cold. And it wasn't even the real thing, but your body went through all of the real thing. Now, when the real killers come, hey, yo, here go the killers. We already got them. We got the code. And you gun them down before they get you. That's essentially what a vaccine is.
Right. Go ahead. No. What were you going to say?
I know they keep thinking they ain't giving you nothing, bro. You giving us a damn headache because you won't read. That's what they're giving you. You giving me a headache because y'all ain't. Anyway, I wouldn't care if you took.
Let me ask somebody who's had a conversation, kind of like gone back and forth with you about vaccines before in the past. My issue, and I think others, is not. It's more of like the adjuvant or other parts of the vaccine, right? So when you start talking about mRNA, that's a whole different ball game. We're just embarking on that, correct?
No, we've been doing that for over 50 years now. People don't know that.
Which vaccine goes? It works that way.
The mRNA technologies. That's
besides the newest one, the CVID. Which other ones? Because I would like to be educated on that.
You talking about? Man, I can't even think of the daggone ones.
Well, let's do another show on that. I don't want to open a can of worms, but definitely. Things like, preservatives and those issues, those conversations.
Hey, Pfizer, what you talking about?
I'm having, no, not the particular manufacturer, but like how the vaccine, like say the smallpox, we'll use that because we're on that, or how they use the cowpox to fight the smallpox. Whatever's right. Whatever's in it to make the immune system like react to it, I guess you could say. Those were the controversial issues. Adjuvants, yeah. So go ahead.
That's so it's not no infection and all that. The adjuvant.
Yeah. So, but Ankh, what I'm saying is, I want you to talk on that because would you admit that throughout time, some of them were harmful? As opposed to some that aren't,
You mean like mercury?
Yeah, exactly. Mercury, that's one of the main ones. But even when you talked about Pfizer, and again, this isn't medical misinformation. It's known fact that Pfizer was not as effective with the CVID, right, as other ones that were out there, other manufacturers, because the adjuvants that they used. Am I wrong about that, or somebody can?
They used the fake protein. And these ain't used none of that. They don't do
that. Okay. So
they still have second generation vaccines. They have adjuvants in it. You get it? But adjuvants
not fully. I'm still trying to get more information on that. So
You can look it up.
So yeah, I think we could have another show if you could come back on that. But I want to again, everybody who's on the panel, I'm going to let Ankh close out first because he's been here for 4 hours and I appreciate it. Thank you everybody for joining. Thank you so much for coming in, Ankh. What is your final word for this show? And I'll let you go ahead and have your night. Thank you so much.
No, I just basically wanted to give everybody a healthy dose of science and how it should shape your reality and how your 5 senses that you've grown up on aren't really good for practicing science. I kind of lost control about 3 hours in because he just got on my damn nerves with the He's over talking, messing up the lesson. It was frustrating. I wouldn't even put myself in there, but I did that. I did that for you, Nepal and sa.neter, man, because I love the channel, man. But I wouldn't have been. I wouldn't have stayed around a person for 3 hours where I could lose it. I would understand and remove myself in that situation because that person can't understand. He's not going to ever get it. He doesn't understand the French and how the French obviously had a moving army which was mobile. You know what I'm saying? People go back to different parts of the country. They get armies from different places in the country to fight for France, and they fight in Italian wars. So they run into people that had went overseas to the Americas and they got infected. It spread the same way people in China got on planes and came to the daggone Americas and spread the daggone virus the same way. So they just got on ships and spread it. I don't know why that's so crazy for him to understand. But I was just here today to really give y'all a fresher course and let you know that when you strong and wrong. The science is undefeated. And the things that you think the white man invented is really the things that the right man has gotten to based off of other studies prior to that had nothing to do with him. Because science is based off of foundations upon foundations upon foundations. It's like going to school. You cannot graduate in the 12th grade until you've passed the 1st grade. That's science in a nutshell. No 1st grade, no 12th grade. That's science. 1st year of college, last year of college. You don't just jump in your last year of college. You get your foundation in your 1st year of college, your freshman year. To pass your freshman year to get you your sophomore year. Right? And then your junior year, and then your senior year. That's science. So the inventions that start off 2.5 million years ago in Africa and spread to Asia, before Homo sapiens, there were other humans prior to Homo sapiens. They had to do things that's based off empirical data. Like, how do I make this tool? I got to make the tool the same way every time. Then you had to learn the process. We got to be able to pass that on. Homo erectus developed fire first. Homo sapiens later on will control fire, keep it at a constant temperature. 160,000 years pinnacle point. This population of people at 160,000 years, there are no Homo sapiens anywhere on planet Earth at 160,000 years ago in South Africa. That's the seed population that would seed the whole world. But they had proto-science. They had ideas. That's how you know they had it, because they survived. That's how you know they had it. And they pass it on. It's the beginnings of science and chemistry and all that. It's the proto-stages, Noptoplaya, 7,000 BCE, 6,000 BCE, Noptoplaya. It's not in Egypt. It's in Nubia. Nopta is a beach area where they had these stones. These stones track the monsoon rains. They watching the stars. Based off of this knowledge gained, right? Now you know how to, when the rains is coming to do what? To water your crops. But you got to be able to watch the stars. You got to be able to tell when the rainy season is coming back. You got to track that. If you don't track it right, then your seeds ain't planted, right? It's already raining. It's too late. You got to be planted before that. So you got to track that, right? That's the proto-astronomy, not astrology, but astronomy. The Greeks practice astrology. The Babylonians practice astrology and proto-astronomy, but they had it mixed. They didn't know the difference. That's in Mesopotamia. But in Africa, they practice proto-astronomy. Serious work right there. Later on, the Greeks would take that and form the first astronomical calculations, right? And formulate astronomy. So you go from without the proto, you can't get to the astronomy without the protochemistry. You need protochemistry to get the chemistry. Without understanding and mastering protochemistry, you don't get the chemistry. So stop putting it all on white people. It's bananas. An indigenous black man, you're bananas. Lying, nobody talking about his talking point. Ain't that crazy?
Shout out to indigenous black man.
Shout out to indigenous black man. He told everybody everything. His talking points. It is wild, boy.
He has told everyone, everybody's stealing his stuff. Y'all stop stealing indigenous black man's talking point.
Stop stealing his talk.
Thank you so much for being here, Ankh. We appreciate it. This was an awesome show. It almost went off the rails, but we got it back on track because this is the toughest environment.
It is.
And go ahead. What'd you say?
I always play this show on my channel. I'm gonna cut out when I lost my mind. I did lose my mind. It wasn't my fault, bro. I lost my mind.
No. It's all good. Oh my gosh. Apostle, stay right there. Stay right there. I'm gonna let him close out. Ankh. I'm gonna let it Ankh. Right there. Stay right there. I'm gonna let him close out. Okay, y'all. Somebody's got some feedback. Now see, this is why, listen, y'all, whoever that is with the show, please mute up.
Look at him.
That's impossible.
Sound like somebody needs some oil on their squeaky bike wheel. Okay, please mute out. Apostle, can you mute out? I'm gonna come over to you in a minute. Apostle. Who is that, y'all? Everybody mute out, please, and let me see what that is.
No, just
please.
Okay,
great. Now, Ankh, thank you so much. Yes, go ahead and edit. You're gonna have some editing to do, but we will bring you back most high willing. Yes, I said that. I know you're atheist. Thank you for staying so late. I'm gonna. What you say?
How about the most low?
Most low. Hey, most low, most high. I have no problem with that. Okay, listen. I'm going to go around this panel, and Apostle, I'm gonna give you the last. I'm gonna let you go last. So, Ankh, if you want to stick around, fine, because you said you're gonna edit it out. I might have to edit it at the end too, but I don't. It's just up to you. I don't want you to hold up any longer if you don't want to. But let me go around and start with Rebel Ra, and then I'll go to Cedric and then Suntan. Thank you so much, Ankh, once again. Rebel Ra, go ahead. What's your final word? Wasn't this great? I thought this was awesome. Science, science, science. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, I got to work in the morning and you don't know I still up, but you don't know it go, man. More life, more knowledge, and more progress every time. Yet still, Ankh, I would like you to touch on, just like you were saying, the factors of enzymes and different sectors of the world where, different enzymes, for example, the Asian people, because they don't consume so much dairy, their body does not produce a lot of that lactase enzyme. So, if you could touch on some of the topics like that too. So, along with the epigenetics, to show that Hitler himself was a Jew, but he was creating something that he was not. And also the fact that vitamin D, I want you to touch on that too, because even though we're all human beings, in the complex of vitamin D and your environment changes the absorption of vitamin D, black or white. And you could touch on those stuff along with epigenetics to kind of smooth it out for probably people in the fan base that is hearing the terminology, hearing these words, but not making the connection as to how the processes, how they connect, and how you saying white people could live over in the colder places due to the fact of vitamin D, and black people could not. Just things like that. I'm aware of it, but at the end of the day, it's not my show. And I'm just suggesting things that you could broaden the conversation on. But you don't know, you touch the topic and you tickle some people. You don't know. Zakwan, you're back again, but we need some decorum and we need some intelligence and some higher. When I'm on this thing right here, I don't know if you notice, sometimes I want to bust out and get in my emotional, but we always got to remember we're on a panel, and we always got to remember Napar on the show. sa.neter, if you on the show, you run the show. But the thing about arguing, and so it make us look very childish and disconnected, and we cannot communicate. And if you put the age that's on the board, we probably 200, 300 years in deep. You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't know about 200
So,
years.
I don't know, it's a lot, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're
Each
right.
step,
Actually, you're right. Okay.
yeah, so it's just like, you know what I'm saying? We
I'm gonna
should
get to you,
have
Cedric.
some more experience and more decorum. But let me not keep going on, it's late. And thank you,
Thank
everybody
you so much,
on the
Rebel Ron.
board and the fan base. Yeah, blessed love.
I appreciate you. Thank you. Let's move on to our brother Cedric. Cedric, come on in and let's hear your final thoughts about this whole lesson, this live.
So 2 late nights in a row, Napa.
I know. Thank you. I wanted to apologize to you, by the way. That went off the rails last night.
It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. We can see that there's a hunger and a necessity for these type of conversation in 2026. The brother, we have shows where we went in and we talk about how the absorption rate works. We talk about the skin map. We have these shows, so it will be easy for us to bring this information over here. Thank you, Napa, for being such a gracious host. The God Killer, my mission is never going to change. I say from day one, once I got close to this man, I'm going to always stay close to this man because his heart is in the right place. So wherever I can support him, I will. I jumped up here tonight to be the bully that Ankh and Napa didn't want to be, to deal with this man over here. So you best be nice, because if you're not, good night.
Uh-oh, you heard that? Wait Okay, that's enough of that. All right, I'm getting to you, Zaquan. Let's go to Elder Suntan. Thank you so much for doing the moderation. Just your final words on this lesson tonight.
Great lesson. My final words. Good night. Peace. We got over 100 likes. We got over 100 likes. That was my goal. So the show was great, and let's keep learning. All right. Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Apologize if you felt any kind of way.
Don't do that. You're good. Hey, you're fine.
But,
Don't do that. Don't do that. You're good. You're good. I just had to jump in there and karate chop everybody because it was going crazy.
That's good.
But I appreciate you apologizing. Okay, no worries. This is just what happens in the panels. Let's move over to the final person who's going to address the guest, the one and only Apostle Zaquan. Go ahead, Apostle.
Yeah, thanks. I put that link into the chat because I'm encouraging everybody to read the full article. The full article. You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised. There are 2 hypotheses. One, that it came from America to Europe. The other is that it existed in Europe before. Now, they even saying in that article, it came into America through the Bering Straits when the first Asiatics crossed over into the country. That's how long, over 9,000-10,000 years.
So we ain't listening.
Ain't nobody got to be talking.
No, Apostle, I wanted to say this. I wanted you to close out with, you can say definitely for them to look at the link.
I'm closing out. But it's good to close out on the accurate information. I'm closing out. Hit the lady. Read the article. People need the truth. Read
Thank you, Apostle.
Read
it. Or maybe you should just do a show on it. Okay.
The link is in the chat. Y'all hit the chat. This is my closeout. I don't know what the problem is.
Well, because I wanted to see what you thought about the overall show besides just that topic.
I've been accused of messing up the show. They came up with every reason to justify his actions for cursing me out. I didn't say a curse word. You asked me would I move myself? I did.
Thank you. And this is why I wanted to.
I did.
Yes, sir.
I did.
Okay.
Go get the article in the part. I can send it to you so that you can read it.
And you know what, Apostle? Do a show on this. Try to do it as soon as possible.
It probably come. But
okay, so I wanted to say.
I'm just glad we could read the article. That's all.
All right. Thank you so much. And with that said, we got okay. With that said, Ankh, thank you so much. We got you can find Ankh if you don't know. He's on his channel, The Community of Skeptics. He's also, I like to call you the captain. He's the captain of the Pseudo Killers. He's the founder of the Pseudo Killers. And we got right here. I say this affectionately. You know what I call you. This is the professor of all professors. We have the professor here. And I'm sorry, y'all did a great, amazing show. This was awesome. I think we all need to have more conversations about science. And I love the theological debates and conversations, but we need to talk about what's going on with us and our lives today. So thank you again, Ankh. I'm going to say everybody can see their way. You can see your way out. Ankh, you want to say something before I play the song?
Yeah, I want to make sure.
I'm not playing the salsa music, sa.neter. Go ahead.
I want to make sure we don't let the buffoons get the last word on my show. We never do that.
I'm giving you the mic.
He don't even know what a hypothesis is. He wouldn't know. He wouldn't understand. He don't know none of that. Matter of fact, he's reading the very thing he told me not to read. Now he's a Wikipedia scholar. All of a sudden, he want to tell you to read the Wikipedia article when he just pounced on me. How I look at you, don't use Wikipedia. So how did you go from don't use Wikipedia and 20 minutes later use Wikipedia? You gotta make that make some sense. You can't make it make no sense. I'm saying you can't read, you don't comprehend what you read, you don't understand the material. Go back to your Bible, son. And with that, I'm out. Big up to the Pseudo Killers and the Community Skeptics.
I'm back.
Stepped in this weed, we go toe for toe, toe for toe. Toughest environment, round for round, blow for blow, blow. No one not mine, I'm all that storm, rain, sleet, and snow. Came on my back like a medic, been ready for war. They choke you on the front line, ready to go. We done run with the jungle, climbed out of snow. We don't deal with the foes, can't trust them. Them boys throwing signs, but they ain't saying nothing. I see my bread on my sleep, and when I wake from it, it's about to go down up in the street. We bout this shit, something. Sitting on my feet, cause I'm a man on that fix. Running, welcome to the HOK. We like the wind coming. No, we don't slide with the snakes, slip away from us. Get them your last, watch and see this thing gon' take from you. For the babies, get my heart and soul, make a way for 'em. I put my life on the line like I'm big for 'em. See, in a minute, we in the meetings, I'm Popeye with this bitty. We keep it bottom moving like it's city. I'm right there back and want me, you can get it. I got that hammer homie like a way. Research, run that badger like a play. Bring it towards you like a play. I'm with us, we straight. Stepped in this weed, we go toe for toe, toe for toe. Toughest environment, round for round, blow for blow, blow. No one not mine, I'm all that storm, rain, sleet, and snow. Came on my back like a medic, been ready for war. They choke you on the front line, ready to go. We done run with the jungle, climbed out of snow. We don't deal with the foes, can't trust them. Them boys throwing signs, but they ain't saying nothing. They say that they ready for what we gon' get in no thing change. They living in nothing, the rope at their bottom, they hollering the gang, can't go in the bang, they killing the name, bang. Take away for these baby, they living these shit in the same pain. I gotta keep it alive, we get them bucket them up, we make a way to the top, yeah. I thank the Father cause he made a way, and all my haters, all stars, they do the fade away. Up from the gossip, the drama, the hate, they to the cheddar. Oh, when they go down, they still hollering thunder. We go to war for them people, I'm talking young and old, toe for toe. Round for round when it's going down, blow for blow. Searched around from high to low, this info got a red dot. Sources in this clip, man, this might just be a headshot. Step in this weed, we go toe for toe, toe for toe. toughest environment. Round for round, blow for blow, blow. So when I mind about that storm rain, sitting slow. Jam on my back like a minute, we ready for war. They choke you on the front line, ready to go. We done wrong with the jungle, we done climb that snow. We don't deal with the foes, can't trust them. Them boys throwing signs, but they ain't saying nothing.